Well, we are now going to call the council meeting back from recess, and we're going to begin with public hearings this afternoon. So everybody, welcome back. The first public hearing, we have two public hearings. The first public hearing is on a supplemental appropriation to the county government's FY21 capital budget and amendment to the FY21 through 26 capital improvements program for the Department of Environmental Protection in the amount of $4,700,000 for transfer station fire detection and suppression system. A T&E, a Transportation and Environment Committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Wednesday, October 21st. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so by the end of business day, October 15th. Each individual will have 2 minutes to speak. Individuals will be alerted as they approach their 2 minutes and may be disconnected. Also, there may be technical glitches during the public hearing that may need to be addressed by our staff, so thanks in advance for your patience. There are no speakers for this public hearing. We are now going to close this public hearing, and as was mentioned, the tentative schedule to go to the Transportation and Environments Committee is on Wednesday, October 21st. The next public hearing is on a supplemental appropriation to Montgomery County Public Schools FY21 operating budget in the amount of $374,031 for the Governor's Emergency Education Relief, also known as GEER, G-E-E-R Fund, Innovative Approaches to Connecting with Students Projects Grant. Action is scheduled immediately following this hearing. There are no speakers for this public hearing as well. I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to ask Councilmember Rice if he would like to discuss it or make a motion.
Yeah, I'd like to move for approval.
It has been moved by Councilmember Rice. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilmember Navarro. All those in favor, please do signify that by raising your hand. And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We are now finished our public hearings. We're now going to get a briefing from the Coronavirus Relief Fund, and I'm not sure whether or not Ms. Michelson's going to lead it off. We have a lot of people who could lead this off, so I'm not sure who wants to lead it off, please.
I will start,
Okay.
Mr. President. First, as a bit of background, as I think the council is well aware, in late March, the federal government passed the Federal Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, otherwise known as the CARES Act. And that act created the Coronavirus Relief Fund. The county was given $183 million as part of that distribution of funding. And we have until the end of the year to spend that money. We are hopeful that there still could be some additional modifications that would provide an extension of that deadline. But I, at this point, will not make any bets on whether any stimulus-related language will be successful in Congress. So we are trying to be conservative and assuming that it does need to be spent, which is part of the reason that we wanted to bring this update to you today. The council has been regularly receiving emails with updates on expenditures, but we thought it was particularly important to highlight what has been spent thus far, what the status is, and for you to be able to check on the expenditures and implementation of those programs that have not yet fully expended their money. I do want to indicate that the council passed 31 different resolutions creating close to 25 different programs to assist residents and businesses during this crisis. That was a Herculean effort on the part of the council to come up with the ideas and the funding to initiate these programs. And similarly, I don't want to underestimate the efforts that the executive branch needs to put into implementing all these programs. But with that said, I think it's really critical to check on the status and see if there are any problems with any of the programs. You have a chart attached to the staff report that indicates the status of all the different programs. For today, I'm recommending that you focus on those where the expenditures do not appear to have been made, to learn whether they are on track, whether there is an issue with regard to demand for the particular program, or whether there's an implementation problem that needs to be addressed. We also want to bring your attention to the pay differential issue, which I know the council is very much familiar with, but thought that it was timely for you to be able to have a discussion and understand what the implications have been up till now and going forward. So I'm going to start on page 2 of my memo and ask executive staff who we have with us to provide some further background and explanation for those appropriations where it does not appear as if a majority of the money either has been spent or is where there's a clear indication that it's on track to be spent this year. So I don't know if I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Stoddard or Mr. Madalino, who's going to lead this off and take us through these different resolutions.
Through the different, unfortunately, my camera, my video is shut off by the host. So I'm here. Hopefully you can hear me, but you can't see me. Up now. Oh no!
Wow.
I'm allowed to join in person. Thank you. So so did you? I'm sorry,
If
Mr.
you could
President.
take us through the different resolutions and appropriations that begin on page 2 of the memo, where it appears that a majority of the money has not been spent. And Mr. Madalino, if you don't have that in front of you, I'm happy to.
No, I got it. I got it now. I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure that we were on the same page as moving forward.
Yeah.
So, some of this, we are obviously at the beginning of the phase 4 of the ERP program, and you're going to have a tag team between myself and Dr. Stoddard as far as responding to this, because some of them he has been more intimately involved with, but some of them, the 4th round of the ERP has been obviously slow to get off the ground. I know the 3R program with MCEDC.
Wait, Ms. Madalino, if I could, for someone who might be watching this, for the millions watching this at home, just so they understand, the EARP is the Emergency Assistance Relief Payment. So if we could not just use the initials, please, if someone could also, make certain that we're explaining what we're talking about.
Sure. The Emergency Assistance Relief Payment Program was designed to help individuals in the county who were not able to find relief from other sources. We are entering phase 4 of the iteration of this program. As we've released it, we've learned new things about the recipients and about the application process. So phase 4, again, is trying to be targeted towards those members of our community who have not been able to receive relief or assistance through other programs that have been provided by the panoply of organizations at the federal, state, or local level. So we're trying to provide that assistance. We have not put money out through phase 4 yet. So I'm uncertain. Earl, I don't know if you know the release date or the due date for any applications.
I do not know off the top of my head, but we did get some feedback from HHS that they fully expected this funding to be spent down by the end of the year, based on that on the current projection or slope of applications that they're seeing.
So the next appropriation, what is known as the 3R program for Reopen, Relaunch, and Reimagine, which is aimed at economic development through the county's Economic Development Corporation. They have to date, as you can see, spent $142,000 of the $500,000, but they have said that they expect all of the money to be expended by the end of the calendar year. And remember, one of the things, and I think Ms. Michelson had said it in her presentation, the CRF dollars under current federal law have to be expended by the end of the fiscal year. and there's even some conversation about whether we can't give them to somebody else and say, you know, we can't give a chunk to a nonprofit partner and then say, oh, well, we have expended that money because we've given it to someone else. My understanding is they also have to spend it. So we couldn't park it with a foundation within the county to then give out after the beginning of the fiscal year. The federal government wants to see the money spent. So that's why it's important, even though that 500,000 has gone to the EDC, that they actually expend it by the end of the calendar year.
You've said fiscal year twice and calendar year now.
Calendar
You
year,
mean
calendar
calendar year.
calendar year.
Yes, we got to be clear on that.
And on this one, in particular, we talked to Mr. Wu from the EDC. They had multiple sources of funding for this program. They had both the CARES Act funding, they had corporate funding, and they had EDC funding. They have committed to us that they will prioritize the spending of the CARES Act funding first, because that is obviously more time bound than either of the corporate or the EDC money. And so they've committed to having it spent by the end of the year in this area.
And one thing that's important to note, and you know, part of the challenge that we all face during this time is we are dealing with the direct appropriation in coronavirus relief funds, the CRF, through the CARES Act. That's the $183 million that has been given directly to us that we have to expend before the end of the calendar year. We have the ability to seek reimbursement from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Administration, for a variety of our expenses. We can use, as the federal government has said, for all communities, you can use part of your CRF dollars to meet the match that is required with any FEMA dollars. So, because any request from FEMA, you're eligible up to 75% of what they will reimburse you. So, we are both trying to hold some money to use as part of the match to minimize the impact on our own county resources. And at the same time, we're trying to get reimbursements for a variety of things that you might otherwise say should be paid for by the CRF, but because we have the option to maximize federal dollars, we're going to go through FEMA. So the next item on food assurance, assistance, and security is a very good example. And because Dr. Stoddard has been intimately involved in the food program, I'm going to pass this on to him.
Yes, as we previously discussed, I fully expect this CRF funding to be utilized, and frankly, we will need likely more additional funding into next year after the CRF funding is expended. There are a number of direct purchase orders, both with the Capital Area Food Bank and Manna Food Centers, that the county is in the process of finalizing for additional food support, particularly for the hubs, but also for our more broad food access providers that will utilize the remainder of this funding. We believe we are in a good position with the existing CRF funding and the corporate funds that the council's resolution sponsored by Councilmember Jawando had previously passed. I think will be good through the end of the calendar year. We are currently working out what that will mean for the January 1 cliff. I know we're talking about CRF and specifically today, but we are looking already at what's going to happen after January 1 when the CRF funds are no longer either available to us or frankly, or have been expended, even if the timeline is extended. So,
and I think what you just heard from Dr. Stoddard, again, is one of the complexities of the situation we are dealing with, every local government, every state government is dealing with. FEMA is used to reimbursing people for an emergency that has a start and an end. A snowstorm that had a start and an end. A hurricane, where you can define when the emergency started, when it ended. We are submitting reimbursements while the emergency is still going on. The analogy that we like to use is we're asking for reimbursements while we're still driving the snowplow. We've never been in this situation before where, and to be fair, I don't think FEMA has ever been in this situation before where people are asking for money while the emergency is still going on. And one of the complicating factors is they're constantly changing the rules too, as to what they will and will not reimburse. And you will hear that a little bit in our conversation. And then the other thing is we're dealing with this congressionally created program, the CRF, which I think when it was put in place in March or April, assumed that we would be towards the end of the crisis, and we clearly are not. And we all know, and by all I don't mean just the executive and all of you or the people of Montgomery County. I think there's a recognition that this is going to go beyond the end of the calendar year, and that something has to give as far as additional resources or flexibility to keep this going beyond the end of the year, because we just won't know certain things, including the reimbursement from FEMA. So with that being said, on the add-on to what Dr. Stoddard said, I'll move on to page 3, the Reopen Montgomery initiative, which is made up of some of the leftover money, some of the unexpended money from the Public Health and Emergency Grant Program for small businesses that was moved over to this program. We have spent a small amount of money so far, even though we have received almost 3,200 applications. We've gone through several selections, lottery selections, but we currently, I believe, are on track to expend about $6 million out of this. So there just has not been the ask for the additional amount of money.
Well, I would clarify that because we capped the awards at $5,000, that I think is what is, keeping the costs lower relative to what they could have been. Obviously, when we added in things like the winterization and the heaters and things like that, tenting and things like that can be very expensive. And so because we've artificially capped it at $5,000, I think that is precluding some of the asks from coming in. That may be something we need to revisit as we look at this funding more. But I think what Mr. Madaleno has suggested is that I think $6 million is where we think we're probably going to get based on the current rules, current application pool, and where this is going. I do know there have been some discussions, and I know Councilmember Friedson has been part of this with other things like the hospitality group, community, and others. So there is space to have further conversations about this particular line item, but we're still working through applications. And so I would expect this number that you see to go up considerably. I just don't think we're going to get to the $14 million that we originally envisioned when developing the program.
So on the next one, the business assistance for medical and dental clinics, one of the challenges that we've all had, and I think Ms. Michelson in her presentation talked about the number of special appropriations that were initiated, and both the effort amongst the council and council staff to get those done, and then the executive staff to try to interpret them and enact them. This has been a program where both the timing of it having hit at the conclusion of the PHEG program, the Public Health and Emergency Grant Program for small businesses, and the effort that took for both the finance department and across county government, the amount of documents that had to be reviewed, and a process and a grant program that we had not ever attempted or operated before, that the amount of staff effort that went into the PHEG program, and then finance having to do the closeout of the fiscal year and to be prepared for the payment of all of the property taxes, which were due at half of the residential and all of the commercial taxes by the end of September. They were unable to be the agent for this program. We have spent some time trying to figure out what is the appropriate source, the appropriate entity that should be the fiscal agent for this program, inside or outside of county government. So we believe we have a solution for it, but it has been, as you can see, with no money spent, it has been slow, very slow to get off the ground. And I think it's one of the issues in talking with some executive staff about the clarity or the lack of clarity that was in this resolution as to judging where the money should go between medical clinics, dental clinics, and the type of services that you were looking to potentially assist those metal and dental clinics with or for their lost business. On the rental assistance and eviction homeless prevention program, again, we have only been able to get a small amount of the money out the door. Earl, I don't know if you know the reason on this one.
Yeah, so we're still soliciting applications. As of last count, this is almost a week old at this point, we're up to 2,800 applications. The goal is to get to 5,000. So as you can see, based on the end of September, we had 2,200 at the end of September, which means we've added about 600 for the first week of October. We are still soliciting applications in this arena. I would also add that the goal is to get to 5,000, so we're short of that goal. But the other thing that's important to note is when we developed the program, we anticipated that the average arrears that renters would be at would be roughly $4,000. Thus far, our experience in reviewing applications is that they're about $2,800, which is obviously good news in terms of being able to make the benefit go farther, but also will require us to, as we receive the applications, be able to determine exactly where the spend down on this one will be. That said, so I can tell you right now that within our housing mission area, we're talking about a really significant gap as we move forward. The expanded unemployment benefits, the $600 ended at the end of July. The current new UI benefit, which is half that, has been in place since the end of July. I would expect this housing issue to become worse and worse and worse as we go along and not better. And so I expect that we're going to probably have a fair bit of spending through the rest of the year. I think we're going to work on getting a better number of where we project this one to be by the end of the year. I would be very surprised if there were any funds left in this, just based on what we currently have, but we'll keep you all up to date over the next month or so to make sure that's the case. I know, having talked to DHCA Director Nagam, he had suggested that the long-term need is something like $52 million based on their calculation now. And so I would be very surprised if we had substantial amounts of this 20 million left based on that long-term need, but we will keep you updated.
So moving on to the next list, I don't know if Marlene, you want me to move on or you're going to jump in.
The next category here is for another group of resolutions where the money hasn't been expended in large part because either the council just approved it or the executive branch has just entered into a contract. But I thought it would be helpful for council members to get an update on these as well to see whether they are likely to be on track and be spent by the end of the calendar year. So I'll turn it back to you.
And I'll make this simple, but there is none of these appropriations have been highlighted to us from any of the departments that are working on them as having a problem to actually get out the door by the end of the year. Obviously, and Earl knows this from his many conversations with all of you in the briefings, the youth sports is continued to be a bit of a roller coaster by what is allowable and what isn't allowable as far as participation. And some of you have been very engaged in that effort. And I know we will be able to get the child care grants out the door as we are, that is a recent initiative, but we have a robust relationship with child care centers.
Yeah, the Child Care Center, obviously there's several different grant elements to this particular appropriation. I believe they launched not this past Monday, but the Monday before, or maybe 2 weeks at this point. Time flies, right? But they're a very recent launch. Their periods of submission are not closed yet, and so those will not have shown funding for that reason. The application period has not closed yet.
So I wanted to just make a few more points before breaking and turning it over to council member questions, and then we will talk about the pay differential. The first is that, based on these estimates, if you look on the in the packet on Circle 2, you will see that the amount either appropriated or assumed to be needed by the end of the year is more than we have available through the CRF fund. It's 192 million rather than the 183. But this makes certain assumptions about what money we will be reimbursed from FEMA. It is entirely possible that the expenditures we're hoping will be reimbursed from FEMA may not be. If we learn that before the end of the year and there is any CRF funding available, it can go for those purposes, but it's likely that a lot of our FEMA expenditures we won't know about until 2021 after the CRF funding has expired. So there's still a number of uncertainties as to where the balance will be, whether there will be any funding remaining. But as was noted, the executive branch is in the process of pulling together FEMA submissions, with one for 24 million about to be submitted in the next week or two, and they believe that they will get a response 6 weeks later. Some of the remaining ones probably will not be submitted in time for us to know by the end of the fiscal year what FEMA will do with them. And as Mr. Madaleno said, this is a very atypical situation for them. I think in some other cases, we may have been better able to predict what they'd be likely to reimburse and how they would handle it. But there are a lot of questions that have been raised.
If I may, Ms. Michelson, can I add a little bit to that? Because we've actually had some meetings on that point. The FEMA reimbursement process is going to be incredibly difficult, not just for us, but also for FEMA. And as I think I've alluded to before, my experience with FEMA is generally that if they can find a reason not to reimburse you for something, they're going to find it. And they're going to utilize that as a rationale to not reimburse. I still think that FEMA will be a significant source of potential reimbursement for us, but I think we just don't know exactly how they're going to draw the lines. In addition, they issued a new memorandum of with guidance on September 1st that took effect on September 15th, which is going to challenge a lot of our data collection after September 15th. We also have it on very good authority, although nothing has been officially announced. And I'm told that specifically nothing will be officially announced until after November 3rd for political reasons, that there will be additional guidance that is released that will curb further the ability of local and municipal governments to receive reimbursement for things particularly aimed at protecting our employees and staff. They're going to focus FEMA reimbursement on emergency protective actions, public safety, those kinds of things, and much less on how we, plexiglass that we put in to protect our employees at employees and residents when they come to a cashier's desk, for example, are things that they specifically will likely not cover. And so we've been told that guidance has already been provided to the FEMA offices reviewing, but it will not be released publicly until after the election because of how unpopular it will be. And I know it does not directly affect the executive branch, but I'm specifically told that it will become incredibly difficult for educational institutions, namely MCPS, to seek reimbursement through FEMA under this new guidance as well. And so we should all just be aware of that and the challenges faced by the FEMA reimbursement process.
And I will just note that if you have sought, there's a connection between FEMA and the CRF funding, so that if you've already paid for something through CRF, you cannot be reimbursed by FEMA. If you've applied for FEMA funding and it doesn't come through, you can use CRF if we know by the end of the year. So there's been a little bit of a strategic decision timing-wise as to the order of those submissions, but again, it creates a lot of uncertainty. And one of the areas where there is a lot of uncertainty is pay differential and the extent to which FEMA will reimburse for that. And we want to turn to that next, but I'll stop here to see whether council members have questions about the specific appropriations before we go on to the pay differential issue.
Well, and thank you, Marlene. And we do have many people that do have some questions. The first question I have is, if we know that we're going to need to reallocate some of these funds by the end of the calendar year, when will you be able to tell us? And then how fast could you, once we know and reallocate some of this money, how fast can you get it out the door?
Well, it may not be and we can move the money quickly, especially if we are reimbursing ourselves for expenditures that have already occurred. And in some ways we have forward funded a lot of things because we just needed, like on all the PPE, we have forward funded the purchase of a tremendous amount of PPE for a county government and for our partners in whether municipal government or across hospitals and other providers, with the idea that we're going to seek that reimbursement, we'll get the money in, and then you can backfill then the general funds with the FEMA dollars. So you just can't, one of the many twists and turns in this whole process, you can't expend the CRF dollars and then get them reimbursed by the CRF dollars. You have to wait for FEMA to make a determination before you use the CRF dollars. So in many cases, it will be a fair amount of it will be a rapid bookkeeping exercise, as opposed to where we are certainly not looking to be in a situation where, like, come December 15th, we're trying to spend $40 million on things like the classic end of the fiscal year view of a government. We're not looking to be in that situation.
However, I will note that the council has not yet appropriated the full $183 million.
Right.
As you will recall, you appropriated $80 million to spend on a variety of uses, and then you've had a number of small separate appropriations, which I think we've estimated add up to around $130 million or so. So there's still approximately $50 million for which we will need to come back to the council with appropriation requests. And to the extent there's going to be any reallocation, we have asked executive staff to bring that back as soon as possible so that you can approve those appropriations and they have time to make the expenditures.
And that's exactly where my question was heading, because that is a concern. I mean, we shouldn't leave one dime on the table. We certainly have plenty of need, so we shouldn't leave one dime on the table. And I see everybody shaking their head in agreement. But go ahead.
No, I want to point out that this is, and I share your frustration with some of the lack of clarity. And, we live with it every day with our relationship with the federal government, because the parallel I would use is, we all lived through, Snowmageddon and the snowpocalypse, and there was an emergency and we got FEMA dollars. We're now dealing with, a federal administration that is kind of telling you, well, no, it didn't snow. And it's like, well, wait a second, but you can see with your eyes what happened. So, you've got, we're living with this and approaching this as a community, that we're still in the active stages of a pandemic, of a disease that has been deadly to many, and to so many across our community and our country. While at the same time you have an administration, a federal administration, that does not see it with the same with the same emphasis, and we're going to have to move through them to get reimbursement, which is why they keep changing the rules. Earl mentioned the directive that impacted September 15th, and that there probably will be another directive coming that will make things even.
Having said that, we need to be quick and flexible on this.
Yes.
I mean, we can blame whoever we want, and we should, but it's still, we need to make certain that the money that we're deserving of is the money that we're getting. So we have to have that. And then, go ahead. And then the other concern is, many of these issues that we've discussed, that have been discussed, The answer is we expect to spend it down by the year end. What is the expectation based on? Some of what you did explain, and then are there new expenses expected? I mean, how is this going to work?
Well, I think, part of it is we have to see how the crisis continues to unfold. I mean, we don't know right now. Are we at the beginning of another wave? I don't know even to call it a second wave. Are we at the beginning of another wave? And we're going to be right back to where we were in April and May. Are we just in a chronic situation of having a large but moderate number of cases, as we've seemingly been at since the middle of June, in a stable, Dr. Gales would argue way too high, but a relatively stable case per 100,000. So part of it is that's the unknown. Right now, the House of Representatives has passed a relief package that would provide us with an additional $296 million to spend by the end of fiscal year 22. Well, that totally changes the situation if there's that level of additional aid that comes when Congress, when the Senate takes action, whether that's next week after the election.
If the Senate takes action.
Right.
And to Marlene's point, we can't count that money until we know that money's going to be here.
Right. At the same token, I don't know if the executive is not ready to just make the assumption that none of that, forget the additional federal aid.
I appreciate that, but we can't count on it till it's here. And I'll go to my colleagues because all of them want to speak. Councilmember Reamer, please.
Thank you. Actually, I was going to wait until after the differential conversation. We haven't tackled that issue, right?
Haven't tackled what?
The pay differential.
Well, no, we have not. Do you want to wait till after that? You'll be the first one to speak after that. Councilmember Friedson,
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I got to say, this is a really frustrating conversation, and clearly there are a lot more questions than answers, and some of that is understandable. We're in the midst of a crisis, and there are a lot more questions. We don't know what the future will hold. We don't know what this virus will do. We don't know what the impact on our community will be. We can't control what the federal government and how they will respond. But the idea that our residents and our businesses are struggling more than they ever have and are more vulnerable than they've ever been when the needs are as challenging as they currently are with an economic crisis and a public health emergency, that our issue right now is not whether or not we will run out of money too quickly, but whether or not the clock will run out before these programs will have been able to help the businesses, help the residents, help the vulnerable members of our community who desperately need it. And I can't tell you how frustrating that is for me. I believe it's frustrating similarly for colleagues, and I can't imagine how frustrating that is for the 1.1 million residents who are desperately trying to get through the most challenging time in our lifetimes. And I will leave it at that. The timing here, I have a number of questions. I heard from Mr. Madaleno that the executive isn't ready to make a determination because we're not sure what the federal government is going to do. We don't need a fortune teller here. We need fiscal stewardship. We need leadership. We need decisions. And if I was following along and heard that it takes 6 weeks for FEMA to respond, Dr. Stoddard explained that the expectation is that FEMA is going to make determinations after the election, which is November 3rd. We're now about 10 weeks away from December 31st. 6 weeks from November 3rd would leave us basically zero time.
That's not what he said.
So
Uh,
it's
could
six-
you-
Could you clarify?
It's 6 weeks is our best guess, to be clear. I can't guarantee 6 weeks. nor
Okay,
would
well, the
FEMA
only
guarantee
guesses
that,
we
yeah.
can use now are our
Yeah.
best ones, so
Yep.
that's what,
But he
so
also
are we
said,
planning off of 6 weeks as the time that we expect it to take for FEMA to respond? Or
yes.
is there another timeline?
Yes, but
Mr.
what
Madaleno,
he
feel
said
free to
about
chime
after-
in here. It seems like you are having no issues with that.
What he said,
If-
he was saying there would be new directives after the election about expenditures that would occur after that time. So
Which we
that,
think will be even more difficult in order for the county to reimburse.
for
Dr. Stoddard also
for
said, quote-
expenditures spent after that date. They don't change the view for the money that was spent already. It is for that moment forward. That's one of
Okay,
the-
so the point being is that the longer we wait to spend these funds, the more challenging it will be in order to be able to spend them. Is that an accurate statement, Dr. Stoddard, based on what you've said?
So for new
Everything that
expenditures
you've
we
heard
do-
is
yeah,
that it will be
yeah.
more difficult after
Yes.
the election.
Yes, it is becoming increasingly difficult with each month to get FEMA reimbursement for dollars spent in the future will be harder to get than they are today.
So the delays don't just have fiscal consequences, they have real life consequences on who they can help and how easily we will be able to spread the money that we have to the people who desperately need them. And you said also that if it's your experience, and this is a quote I wrote down, if they, meaning FEMA, can find a reason not to reimburse, they won't.
Correct.
So that is
Correct.
a troubling dynamic, considering everything else that I've heard during this is that we're banking a lot of our decision making on FEMA reimbursement, and we've been hearing since June about the executive branch's expectations for FEMA reimbursement. So, how much have we sent to FEMA for reimbursement in dollars? For what purposes? And what was the specific response of how much of that was reimbursed to date?
We've gotten roughly $20,000 approved. And committed.
20,000?
Yes. And there's 24 million being reviewed by our consultant to submit for basically all of the general services expenses, which are every procurement that we've made sort of as an executive branch since March, in 2 tranches, a $24 million tranche and a $13 million tranche for being reviewed. But it is, to be clear, it is literally hundreds and hundreds of procurements. It's not like it's, having to go invoice by invoice, purchase by purchase through everything. And FEMA is an exhausting documentation process for FEMA to get. Every time you think you've gotten to a new point, they expect more documents. And that's just been our experience so far. So it is taking far longer than we thought it would take. And that's like, having our consultants review it. They come back and say, you need to add this stuff on here if you expect to get this money. We're trying to maximize the amount of dollars that we can get at the end of the day. And it's taking longer to maximize those dollars than we would like.
We're
And I
almost
think-
8 months into the crisis, and we have been reimbursed so far for a grand total of $20,000. We have $183 million CARES Act funding that we're basing almost all of this, it seems, off of in terms of what we can and can't afford and who will and won't be helped before December 31st when the clock goes to zero and we have to have expended all of the funds. Based on the timeline that you have provided and the fact that we are only having to queue $24 million in reimbursements, realistically, what can we expect that the executive branch working with this consultant will be able to get together in time to be able to make a reimbursement request to FEMA and to be able to receive a response in a time in which we could make a decision based off of that before the clock runs out on December 31st?
The process has been unacceptable to this time. That is why 2 weeks ago, we reorganized the approach towards assembling the information and the data, all the paperwork we need to submit things, because the fact that we are at this point, and trust me, I think Earl will tell you, we are actually ahead of most other governments across the state and the country in seeking reimbursement. But we have rededicated Dave Gottesman to lead the effort so that it's taken out of Earl's shop in order to provide focus within a different department of county government. We have assigned an additional 7 people full-time from across county government to work just on this issue. We have identified at least 2 people in every department to pull together this information, because we should be further ahead in submitting this information, and we are charging ahead because we've got to get that first tranche in, and then we got to keep plowing through it as quickly as possible. So the executive shares your concern, your frustration about the time that is taken to put this in, and it has become a key priority, and we will be reinforcing that with, in fact, the senior management team tomorrow. We reinforced it with the quarterly leadership forum on Friday, that this is essential that we get this in and get it in now. I share your frustration over this, but at the same token, remember, we've been trying many of the same people who are responsible for assembling this paperwork are the same people who are still trying to buy every mask, every glove, every gown, every shield that we can have in order to make sure we, as an organization and for our community, are prepared to meet any additional surge in cases, which I think is the very prudent thing to do, because that is clearly one of the problems that we face as a community, as a country. In March and April, we did not have the stockpile of PPE that was essential to keep people safe and the whole enterprise running, the whole public health enterprise running, whether part of county government or into our hospitals. And
I appreciate the fact that you've identified the problem. I appreciate the fact that you have reacted to and have adjusted to the problem. It sounds like it's 4 or 5 months later than it should have been, and certainly that the council should have been made aware of this immediately when it became a problem. And it is clear that this has been a problem for months and months and months and months. And we have been meeting on public health briefings. We have been meeting as a council. We have regular county leadership calls to talk about a response to this crisis, and never has this particular challenge come up. And that is deeply troubling to me. But I don't think you answered my question. And so I would like you to answer the specific question, which is, based on everything that you have just described, how long it takes, how much we have, $24 million that we currently have now, the timeline that we expect it to take FEMA to respond, how long it takes to put these requests together, and how difficult, Dr. Stoddard, you have shared with us that it is to do these things. Realistically, what information can we expect to have that will be actionable before December 31st to be able to make adjustments to the entire fiscal basis of our response to this crisis?
So first off, FEMA, the FEMA response itself isn't the only thing we have. We have, the consultants we brought in have decades of experience doing this process, and they're able to give us, for what we give them, estimates of this is what we think is safe territory for FEMA to reimburse, and this is what we think is more questionable, and you may need to add some more narrative or justification to, and this is the part that we don't think FEMA is going to reimburse, no matter what you add to it. And so whenever they review parts of our proposals, they can say exactly what they think is going to happen with these proposals based on their decades of experience in this arena. And so we will have that information for significant chunks of what we spent. We just
when
may
will
not
the council have that information specifically of exactly the dollar amount that you are anticipating FEMA reimbursing, and by what date?
As long as you know it's our estimates.
Estimates are a lot more than we've got up to this point. So we'll take that to start, certainly.
Earl, do you want to?
Yeah, so they take about, the consultant took about three or so weeks, maybe a little bit more than that, to review the 24 million that we sent them. So it's based on, we get them tranches and they review it and they give us feedback on those proposals. The 24 million they reviewed, they gave us their feedback on. We've got to add there's about $5 million, I believe, that we have to add some additional justification to before they can give us an assessment on that $5 million. But the other portion they thought had a very good chance of being accepted. And so we're trying to maximize the amount of dollars. I mean, there's a choice here. We can do it faster and maybe get less good answers from FEMA in terms of what they'll reimburse, and we have to appeal it, or we take the time to submit the correct proposal based on guidance from our contractor, and that takes a little bit more time because you have to write a narrative. You have to explain why we did something like that.
I appreciate that, but I mean, we're 8 months in almost to this crisis. The idea we have to choose between doing it fast and doing it right seems a little disingenuous to me. I just want to, and I will finish on this. I have a lot more questions, but I will hold them and allow other colleagues to weigh in. And you can sense my frustration of how troubling this is. If it takes 3 to 4 weeks for the consultant to go through its process to make the submission, and it takes approximately 6 weeks based on your best guess for FEMA to respond, that puts the total amount at approximately 10 weeks.
We will
10
very
weeks is
unlikely
all
have.
we've got before the December 31st deadline hits. And so why are we basing anything based off of this FEMA? I mean, we've got to change course here. We've got to change the strategy of the entire basis of how we're making fiscal decisions on this CARES Act funding, or else the clock's going to run out while you're deciding how to respond and even coming up with your game plan. I mean, literally, I am afraid that the game is going to be over before you even come up with a game plan. That's what concerns me, but I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you so much. So, wow, I mean, this is a lot to process, because for me, one of the things that strikes me is that obviously when this pandemic hit, I recall how this council just really immediately began to respond in a really quick manner, not because we were overly energetic, but because the extent of the impact in the community was just so vast that obviously what we did, we understood was not going to be the end all be all, right? So, as we worked diligently and made sure that we work with the staff of the administration to address all these different issues. So whether it's food, whether it was rent relief, whether it was emergency assistance for those who could not get any assistance at all, we were just responding to the avalanche of need. And so as I was reading this packet, over the weekend, and I first want to say, Dr. Stoddard, I have great respect for you, because I know that you are leading an incredible moment in the history of this county, and I very much respect your very straightforward nature as well as your professional capacity. And Mr. Medellino, you've been in this role for not too long, so I also want to say that I understand and appreciate that context. But I'll be honest, I mean, there are two major issues that are being presented today. I mean, one is that for that list of special appropriations that, we started, I think some of them all the way back in April, the amount of money that has not been spent translates into residents not receiving that assistance. Residents who we interact with on a daily basis, that I know I have said, oh no, we have this program, we have that program. We've all been in all these different places and interviews and social media pushing all this out. And I kept getting feedback that, well, no, we have not really been able to access this, and we have not received that, thinking, okay, well, we'll keep working on it. But so number one, I'm just super disappointed that so many of these amounts, these special appropriations, these funds that are specifically to address the needs of some of the most vulnerable people in the county, that when I see how little has been spent, I just don't even know what to say. And with all due respect, I do not accept this notion that somehow, oh, there wasn't enough clarity in the special appropriation. Well, you know what? That's what we're here for, is to talk through a lot of these things and get that feedback. You know, there is no excuse for the fact that so much of this money has not been out there. That is, it's not helping those. We can't talk about equity while we look at something like the rent relief, for example, where people are suffering so much. And there, you look at these numbers. What are these people supposed to do in the meantime? What are they doing in the meantime while, you know, things are getting processed, et cetera? If it was an issue of capacity, I think this council has been asking about that for the longest time. You know, we were so disciplined in adopting a budget that was continuity of operations because we knew that we needed to focus on this, you know, so extremely. And we talked about, you know, capacity, et cetera. This is not acceptable. That's just part one. But part two is then the issue of FEMA reimbursement. It just doesn't add up. I mean, I don't see how we're going to be able to meet these deadlines. You know, it's 10 weeks away until the end of the year. And so I honestly don't even know where we go from here, because to just get this information, and Councilmember Feetson pointed out to this, it's not like we have not been asking for this, because we have. But to be getting this information at this moment in time, I am at a loss of figuring out, okay, so how do we respond to the community? You know, how do we say to those who are just struggling so much, and we're now getting ready for what could be another surge. So if we haven't been able to do this part, what in the world is going to happen with the surge? So I literally don't even know if I have a question right now, because I'm just so shocked by what we're hearing. That aside from a weekly update, you know, when we're having these meetings every week, this is critical. This is a critical part of these updates. That would be one request that I have, is that this become part of those briefings that we have every week, to understand where we are, and so that we can also respond to these communities, to these people in the private sector, our businesses, you know, this medical and dental outlets, for example. So much work went into responding to those needs that people had shared with us in order for us to get to the point of putting forth these special appropriations. And so you can understand how shocking it is to then see some of that money has not even been expended, and to hear that in this case it's because the special appropriation there was no clarity. I mean, again, it's stunning. And I apologize to you, Dr. Stoddard, because this is not directed at you, because you're not the executive. And I will say, the executive should be here talking to us about what is happening, because this is really, really critical. This is about our response to our residents vis-a-vis relief programs that we have been working on since April. And again, I will leave it at that, and I will just request that this be part of the agenda of those briefings that we get every week, and that somehow I think there needs to be a better response. And with all due respect, Mr. Medellino, also, it's not enough to say that, you know, okay, some contracts are being processed, et cetera. You know, it's the middle of October, and to see how rental assistance and eviction homelessness prevention, $20 million appropriated and only 607,508 have been used. What do we say to those people right now? Esa gente that is right now suffering and not knowing what they're going to do, that we appropriated $20 million, and that a little bit over $500,000 has been used? No, this is unacceptable. This was July 28th. It is unacceptable. Okay, and I feel bad because here I am, a member of this body that has to tell these people, oh, never mind. because for some reason the administration has not been able to push out the money. No, I'm sorry. It is unacceptable and it needs to change. And again, I'm just requesting that we get these updates every week. And for our council staff, please, let's make sure that that happens, because this, again, cannot be. This is no way of dealing with an emergency like this. And I want to thank my colleagues publicly, because I know that each and every one of you rolled up their sleeves in extraordinary ways to come up with this. We're not the executive branch, we're not responsible for the implementation. We did our part. And I'll leave it at that for now.
So we have been sending over for months a weekly report on every special appropriation with a weekly update as to where we are, what's been spent, what's been encumbered. So for all of these categories, we have been sending this over to the council staff on every Friday. Sometimes
with no update. I understand. Yes, we have, but with very little context in terms of what is the reason why things have been the way they've been, because we've been hearing for quite a while general things like, procurement is working on this. We had to modify something here and there, etc. So again, it's the bottom line is that there needs to be full transparency, not just about what are the barriers, but like, what can we do immediately to solve them? Because if it's a legislative issue, we can then respond to that. Mm-hmm. But unless we hear that from you, we're thinking, okay, we're good. You're doing this. You're telling us that this amount will go out, etc. We have not gotten any context or any feedback on, hey, maybe we need to do some legislative, amendments or fixes or whatever it is. So the bottom line is that, I know that Councilmember Friedson, I think Councilmember Rice also had requested particular updates and particular formats for us to be able to get this, because the previous things that we were getting, it was not as readable and transparent as it should have been. So we need to work on that, because at the end of the day, hey, what matters is that we have to get it done, right? That's what our residents expect. We have to get it done. We've got to work together and just do it. So I am here, committed to continuing to do that. But again, today, I'm sorry, but this has been extraordinarily disappointing. Thank you.
And in the same token, this is not the only $20 million that has been budgeted for rental assistance and eviction programs.
I know all of that, Mr. Medellino. I'm very aware. I'm very aware, because obviously I've been, sitting here in these Zoom meetings all the way dating back from March, working on all of this. So I am super aware of everything that we have done. But you know what? That doesn't change the fact that there are people right now in Montgomery County suffering greatly because they have no idea where they're going to be living. People suffering through COVID with no idea how they're going to be living. Just go up to any of the hubs and talk to some of the stories that these people are facing, and it's absolutely devastating. So it doesn't matter. The bottom line is that we appropriated money responding to the needs and the feedback of our residents, and the money has not gone out to help in the middle of a global pandemic and in the middle of an emergency. There's just no excuse for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Albornoz.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to pick up where Councilmember Navarro left off. Yes, it's true. We've been getting the reports, but this is the first opportunity we've had publicly to discuss these issues. And I want to start with the positive. I understand that this is obviously unprecedented. I understand how hard everybody is working right now, and that, as we have said before in previous sessions, a lot has been added to executive branch employees' portfolios to help address the issue. And I respect and understand that these times are unprecedented. And our office has been intimately involved in the rollout of the funding for the dental and medical practices, as an example. I don't appreciate the finger being pointed to the council that because there was ambiguity in the resolution. We work closely with the executive branch on the development of that resolution all the way through. And in fact, it's been used as a model as the way we should partner together to appropriate funds moving forward. And it was ambiguous in part to give some degree of flexibility to determine which medical practices would benefit from this particular fund. Now, the good news is I heard this morning that we have signed an agreement with the Primary Care Coalition, who will help take this over. And we also have a fiscal agent lined up through the Latino Economic Development Corporation, which will help facilitate the funding. So we're on track to spend down these funds. But obviously, in the meantime, as you've heard from my colleagues, the pain that these businesses are feeling and have felt is very real and very raw. And I also, like all of my colleagues, have been on numerous Zoom meetings out in the community as much as we can, with masks on, of course, and have been hearing anecdotal feedback that there wasn't the support that I think all of us thought we were providing. And as we looked at these weekly reports, we understand why. And so I think that, but I want to go back to something you said earlier, Mr. Madaleno, and it's the bandwidth issue, which we've been talking about since the beginning of this pandemic. You're absolutely right. It's unfair on many levels what we're asking Dr. Stoddard and his team to do right now, while they're also trying to manage the contracts, trying to manage the contractors that we've hired to bring this on board. They're reviewing applications for reopening. They're attending regional and state meetings. They are working around the clock. And then in addition to the responses to the pandemic, dealing with record level flooding. All of that is real, and I understand all of it. And I also I do appreciate what you said in, having David Gottesman, who's a good friend and I think amazing, redirected to help address these issues in the short term. But to my colleagues' point, why wasn't this done earlier? And if we knew that these bandwidth issues existed, why weren't they addressed earlier? Was there a significant plea made to bring back retired employees to the county that could have helped facilitate the administrative elements that I know are challenging and have multiple layers? I know we've brought in contractors, but what has been done and what needs to be done moving forward to ensure that we address those very legitimate bandwidth issues? And, this council has been saying for months now, what do you need? And what we have been hearing back from all the respective department agencies, including HHS, is we're stretched, but we got this, more or less. And I have utmost respect for the members of those respective departments. I used to be in one, but clearly they don't have this, and it is overwhelming. And so what is the plan, Mr. Madaleno, to address those needs? Because they're not going to get easier. They're going to become more complex, and they're going to become more challenging if, hopefully, there is another round of federal stimulus. We've had a hard enough time spending this round down. So what are the plans administratively to address the bandwidth issues, in addition, in the short term, to reassigning people to get us through the next couple of months? What's the plan moving forward? Acknowledging, as Councilmember Navarro said, that Mr. Madaleno, you haven't been in this seat for very long, but you're in this seat now. And so what's the plan?
Well, the specific plan, as I outlined before about FEMA, is we have pulled together far more resources across county government and given it a responsibility to Dave Gottesman in particular, because of Dave's length of service and connection and understanding across county government. So the model that we had in place was not working. We recognized that it was not working, and with the deadlines approaching, we've had to revamp it and bring those additional people from across county government into that operation to get things moving as quickly as possible. There have been, on some of these issues, there aren't good answers. Part of it is we have been working with other funds that have been coming in from the state and federal government and trying to spend them and spend them first on some of these issues. So, it is an immensely frustrating activity to try to respond and at the same time, do the back office work that needs to be done. You are keenly aware of right now, for example, we have a whole bunch of people who work for the rec department at the Board of Elections trying to keep up with the enormous number of applications that have come in for people who wanted mail-in ballots, at 6-7 times what we had ever gotten before. So we've had to reallocate people around in order to get the additional bodies necessary to get some of this work done. We've been having a conversation about people who, how do we bring back or repurpose some staff who are unable because of their work site is closed. They are on admin leave because of health issues. What can they do at home in order to process all of this paperwork? Because I have to say the requirements that FEMA are asking for from an amount of paperwork standpoint from every jurisdiction in the country. I mean, this isn't a natural disaster that just hit us. Every jurisdiction in the country is going to be submitting this paperwork. I have no idea why, potentially why they're going to want to see 911 call logs. Who at the federal government is ever going to review every call log across this country for the last 3 months? It is a degree of insanity of quite frankly, one of the things we've been trying to work on is informing our congressional delegation of just how crazy this is so that they can take action to try to push FEMA in a different direction.
I don't think anybody disagrees that there are huge problems at the federal level. It's been an abject failure, no question about it. But there are things we can control internally within county government. And while I appreciate addressing those issues, it's not being proactive. I still haven't heard what the plan is beyond just reassigning people to address needs in the short term. What's the plan in the long term to address those systemic issues? Because I don't think it's sustainable to continue to reappoint or reassign staff members within county government to address these emergencies as they arise. We need to be much more proactive than that. There needs to be a coalition or a team or a strategic plan, and there needs to be somebody that's put in charge of that plan. And I understand everybody has so much going on right now, but are there is there more help that we can bring in to address these needs, Mr. Madaleno? Because I'm not confident at all that a month from now, when we have another update, that things will be significantly improved from where we are right now. And we're setting everybody up for failure right now. And it's not fair. It's not fair to the county employees who are working diligently and around the clock to address these issues. We need stronger strategic leadership to be able to provide them with the support that they need to be able to get their jobs done. And I'm not seeing that, and I'm not hearing that right now. And so I really, all of us, including the executive branch, needs to take the time to be able to develop that plan, because otherwise this is going to continue and probably be compounded and get worse. And so I just, at the next briefing, if we could have a more defined plan to address some of these more immediate needs beyond what you just stated, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back to you.
If I may add just briefly, Councilmember Albornoz, I think that's totally appropriate to have a more in-depth. I will note we've established what we call the FARS team, which is the FEMA reimbursement team, that is actually DCAO Kasiri is overseeing directly. So Dave Gosman's doing much of the day-to-day, corralling departments to get submission data in, but Freeman Kasiri is actually providing some of the direct oversight to ensure that things are moving more quickly. And I think we've already acknowledged that there are a lot of problems with what has been done, and we're committed to making them better. So I think we can talk about that, but I think we could show some progress over the next several weeks towards what you've asked for, which is that there be a more established structure for how this is reported and regular updates on the process. I'm looking at some of the documentation that they've already developed over the last several weeks, and I think it goes towards a lot of the points that you've raised.
Well,
That,
I'd
again,
like to
yes,
suggest, I'd like to say, I appreciate that, Dr. Stoddard. I'd like to suggest, to help streamline communication, that there be a council representative in Ms. Michelson. I'm not sure who the appropriate person is, but we've done that in other areas. And I think it's been helpful to have council staff immediately at the table as some of these decisions are made, both to streamline communication and to let the council know if an issue arises so we can address it in real time. So that's just one follow-up that I think would be helpful.
Thank you. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you, Mr. President. As my colleagues have said, this is a frustrating and disheartening conversation. When the reality of the pandemic came into full view, we responded at lightning speed to fund programs that we knew were going to keep our residents healthy, keep them safe, and keep them open for business as best we could. Shifting gears a little bit, on Monday, yesterday, the Montgomery County Office of the Inspector General released a report reviewing the Montgomery County Public Health Emergency Grant, the FEG grant, to determine whether adequate policies, procedures, and controls were in place to, I think, efficiently and effectively manage the administration of those grant awards. And while the Inspector General has said that the review is still ongoing, their office noted that there are going to be several opportunities to strengthen our current and future grant programs. And among the 4 enhancements and recommendations that were provided in that report, which is public, one was to clearly define and communicate eligibility criteria. The second was avoid changes to eligibility criteria and processing methodology. The third was provide sufficient training to application processors. The fourth was consider implementing an application tracking system, and then there were 5. And the fifth was require applicants to attest that information provided is true. So during this conversation we've had for more than an hour now, we've discussed that the need to stand up these critically important life-saving programs that are designed to help our residents wasn't done fast, but to some degree wasn't done well either. And what I want to know is, based on this report from the Inspector General, which was a review of the very first grant program that we created. I believe the FEG program was the very first grant program that we created. What do you make of the recommendations, and how do we incorporate them moving forward to make our programs better?
So I think they're common sense recommendations. We were asked to launch a program very different than anything we've ever done before in a very short period of time, with people who needed to be trained across. We pulled in people from across county government to supplement the staff in the finance department, who may have been accustomed to, looking at 1 or 2 loan requests for a specific, for a specific economic development program, the various programs that have been created and operated by the county over time. Nothing like the thousands of applications that came in, and the desire to get things out the door very quickly. I mean, we are trying across the board to think about lessons learned, to try to figure out, all right, when the PHEG program, how the PHEG program launched. I think Mike Covey, you as director of finance, would sit down with you and probably agree through almost all of those observations about the PHEG program. And if any of us had more time to do some of those things. It would have been implemented, potentially in a smoother process. But
so I appreciate that. And so while the report was focused on that FEG program, we just discussed and looked at a list of nearly 24 subsequent programs that were created or funding streams that were created. And some of them haven't really expended any money. And so, when the point that you just picked up on about training people to do the job, I'm trying to figure out what the disconnect is, because based on the money that's going out, or at least the requests from FEMA, it seems like there's nobody doing that job.
I don't think that's a fair. I think you've jumped in a different direction. I don't, some of the programs that we have not put money out of the door. I mean, to be fair, some of them have been created only relatively recently. So with that whole list is not, they're not all the same as far as the amount of time that we've had to get the program off the ground. I readily admit the assistance program for medical and dental clinics has been a challenge for us to try to figure out, which is why we worked to find the Primary Care Coalition, an additional fiscal agent, as Councilmember Albornoz referenced, in order to get that program operating, because of the lessons we learned about our limitations of doing things internally and quickly. So, when it comes to the FEMA piece, I mean, we have, I think in hindsight, the scope of the task and the people that it was assigned to was inadequate, which is why you've heard Earl describe the steps that we have taken to move this forward quickly. In conversation with Fariba, with the deputy CAO Fariba Kassiri, we are committed to getting all of our expenses on our operations side into FEMA by the end of the month. So we have very aggressive goals of how we're going to move forward with all the reimbursements, because we understand, if the limitations, the interplay between the CRF calendar as it currently is and the FEMA calendar. But that we're not waiting. The first tranche will go in as soon as we can get it in.
Well, I'll just close on reiterating a point that I think all of my colleagues have expressed, in that we need to communicate better and let us know where else you need help to do the work that we are entrusting the executive branch to do. We in all of our conversations with all of our constituents, we've helped stand up these programs, create the programs, and provide funding for them. And it is absolutely, as we keep saying, it is absolutely disheartening to hear that part of the reason why people will keep asking us for help and keep commenting at us, talking to us, is because that there's not the system in place across the street to provide that level of support. So we just have to do better, because all of our residents need it. They're demanding it. And it is absolutely just frustrating being over here trying to help them, but have it fall through the cracks somehow. So we have to continue this conversation, as again has been said, and I yield back, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Rice.
So I'm not going to belabor all the points that were made before. You heard them loud and clear. Let me just say that everything that my colleagues have said, I completely agree with. It is disappointing. It's disheartening. It's frustrating. It's all of those things. And so you've heard that. So I want to ask some specific questions, because one of the things that came up is about the communication. And certainly I'm looking at the last communication that you sent over on October 2nd that listed some of the COVID response special appropriations. One of the concerns that I do have, Mr. Madaleno, and you kind of touched on this, was that, well, you had this information, although we were still challenged with ensuring and getting some of the commitments from FEMA for reimbursement. And I just want to say that when our school system had similar challenges when it came to USDA, the school system reached out and said, we're having problems with USDA when it comes to reimbursement for lunches. We need to make sure that we can stand this up. And this was over the summer. And we needed to do something. They contacted us. We contacted Senator Van Hollen. We also reached out to the National Associations of Counties, mounted a national effort because this wasn't something that was unique to us, as you've pointed out. And we were actually successful. USDA capitulated, made the changes that it needed to, and we now have a program and are moving forward. So my question to you is that if our school system did this, why did the administration just assume they could do it on their own, or did they not feel as though the help was needed from the council, who were the appropriators of this funding and deciding that this funding was necessary?
Councilmember Rice, I'm sorry if I'm understanding you correctly, you're asking for you're offering your assistance in going after working together to go after the FEMA dollars, working together to go after our congressional delegation to let them know what's happening, which we are trying, which we have underway with our Intergovernmental Relations Office. And, part of the effort after we had a briefing with the FEMA team about the representatives from FEMA who work on issues in Maryland about the September 15th change in guidance. That was one of the things that we've already tried to put in motion, is working with our congressional offices to inform them about how limiting, I might use the word, how crazy these new guidelines are and how they will need to be changed.
Right, but so my point is, yes, you're understanding exactly what I'm saying, but okay. Based on the representation that we all have across the board, I mean, both Council Member Glass and I serve on NACO. I'm on the executive board of directors at NACO. I mean, I could bring this up to the highest levels of folks who are talking in addition to our Intergovernmental Affairs Office, but I mean, that's what we do. That's what we're supposed to do. That's what a team does, right? A team picks up the phone and says, hey, we're challenged with this. We have some issues and we need to make this happen quickly, and reaches out and says, can you assist? And if we can't, that's fine. But the call wasn't even made. The ask wasn't made to say, hey, this is the deal. And I gave you an example. I mean, USDA is also a behemoth in the governmental world and doesn't like to budge, and they moved. We saw EBT and SNAP move as a result of the influence of NACO. And so why in the world wouldn't we utilize those same avenues in doing this? And so that's where my frustration is. My frustration isn't with the fact that you hit a roadblock. I understand that. My frustration is that you have folks that are out here who can help you to do the work to get over some of those roadblocks. And it was like, well, and I think it was kind of a little bit flippant to be like, well, we sent you the spreadsheet so you could kind of see for yourself. That's not how this works, right? That's not how it works. You don't just send me a spreadsheet and just assume that I'm going to figure out what challenges you have because you're not spending the money that's in the spreadsheet, right? It should have been a conversation. And so I just ask, now we are where we are. So I go back to where Councilmember Friedson is. I don't know how, based on a timeline, we get around this, but I certainly am going to, now that I have this information, start reaching out to my colleagues across the country and seeing what they're doing in this instance, see if they might have any fixes or suggestions they may have to the challenge that we find ourselves in. But I certainly wish that I had known about this before. Because again, I'm not saying that I would have been able to move mountains because I don't move mountains, but I know people who can. And that's the key. And so from that perspective, I just hope that we use this as a lesson moving forward of how, again, there needs to be a closer connection in communication between the council and the executive so that we can work together to make sure we're doing some of these priorities that we know that we all care about. And I'm not saying the county executive doesn't care about these issues, but the fact of the matter is the missteps that were made in terms of not getting this solved earlier are things that are putting our community and our constituents who are most at risk in jeopardy. And that's not okay. So I yield.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. I will also not belabor, but do have some specific questions. And I want to start, as I always do, Dr. Stoddard, Mr. Madaleno, and particularly Dr. Stoddard and your team. I know how hard you work. I know how late you work. You were on with us earlier giving an update, talking about the meeting you're going to be on tonight. And I'm sure you got up early just like all of us. And this is unprecedented and this is difficult. And so we are appreciative of all the efforts that you and other colleagues across county government and partners are making to try to address the needs of our residents. I think what you're hearing today, which I share deeply, is just an urgent need and a frustration, as people elected to represent the residents of this county, and deeply, deeply caring about what they're going through and wanting them to get the assistance, and then thinking that we were getting them the assistance in a timely fashion. And then to find out, again, to Mr. Rice's point about the reports, to find out and have explained more today in depth that we're not doing what we thought we were doing. And I know I've given answers like, oh, it's there. You can get it. It's there for you. Just apply. And I followed up with individual folks, and some have gotten it, some haven't. It's just really disheartening. We have two issues here. We have at least two. We have the FEMA reimbursement issue, whether we can get the money spent in time, absent an extension, which I realize is a nationwide problem, but it's a significant issue, and you all have acknowledged that and are trying to address it. Then you have the issue of, money that we appropriated just hasn't been spent, which, whether it's going to be reimbursed or not, we appropriated $20 million for the rental assistance on July 28th. And I just can't believe when I look at the chart that that we've spent $600,000. It's unfathomable to me. So I don't understand that. The EARP, I know that had some legal challenges, but April 28th, the food money, which has done the best on this list, which I'm happy to hear that I was very involved in, on June 16th, we passed that appropriation. The Reopen Montgomery grants, July 7th. We're talking about 2 months at a minimum or more that we've passed these appropriations, and you're looking at some of them and nothing's been spent. So I have some very specific questions about a couple of these programs. The EARP program, so the $5 million that was appropriated, again in April, and has not been spent, why is that at zero?
Let me pull up the report. Because I'm going to have to get back. I don't want to give you the wrong answer right now, Councilmember Jawando, specifically on this one. And remember, we are highlighting the programs where there is unspent balance. So
I understand
there are many programs like the PHED program. There are many programs where we have put money out the door that it is all gone out the door. So, that this is, unfortunately, this hearing is highlighting the areas where we have not gotten all the money out the door, compared to some that the most of the programs where we have gotten all the money out the door.
I get that, but these are some significant programs that are targeted at some of our most vulnerable residents. And I appreciate the PHED grants, and we had our own set of issues of getting those out the door. Those are the first things we passed. So I think, we would expect that money would be out the door. But if you can't give me the answer on that, I think, it's a pretty simple question. If I was submitting a chart that said 0 of 5 million for the most vulnerable residents who can't access other resources, and I ask, well, why hasn't that been spent? And no one can answer it. That's a problem. So
well, I don't know if Earl might very well be able to spend it. I'm trying to go into that one specific item.
Okay, and I'll come. You can come back, but unless Dr. Stoddard has something.
I to be honest with you, I think I think this is a mistake, and I think we have spent here, and I think we're in phase 4. I think that's got to be, we're soliciting applications for phase 4. I believe we've already spent on phases 1, 2, and 3, but I want to get back information.
I appreciate that. That was my understanding too, because I know we've had briefings where it was said to us that money had been spent. So that was going to be my next question.
Right. So, I believe this is just an error, but let me clarify and confirm that.
Okay, and then my second question is related to the rental assistance. We have I think you say here, 2,200 applications. 50% are from the targeted areas. So, okay, step 1, we got a lot of applications. Step 2, they were in areas where we have high need. Great, we targeted it well. Why only $600,000 out the door at this point? Why only 145 checks of the 2,200 people who've applied?
So we're up to 2,800 applications, so it's actually higher than the number that we reported on here. They got that update Friday, and the goal was to have 5,000 by the middle of the month. And I believe that they're waiting to get the applications to review them and select the highest numbers, not just first come, first serve. But I think I want to follow up on that as well.
They being DHCA.
DHHS, I believe, is administering this particular grant program.
Yeah,
Under SEP is actually administering the program. Yes.
Okay, well, if I could also, we could get some, I think several people have asked about this. If we can get back as soon as possible, what the exact status of that, we've all talked about and appropriated. This was the second tranche of money for rental assistance that, and I know Dr. Stoddard, how this is the number one thing we hear, one of the number one things we hear about. So I think we need to know what's going on there. And to Councilmember Albanaz's point and others, if we need to do something else to get you some more administrative help, I just can't, that one in particular, I just cannot understand. We've had a briefing about evictions last week or 2 weeks ago, and we're talking about the wave coming. We have to get this money out the door. And then to end on a somewhat positive note, the food money on this list of things that hasn't gone out, half of that money has gone out, and you've correctly projected that we're going to need even more because of some of the other funding streams drying up and needing to keep that food assistance going. We've got our hub programs. I've been very involved in that. I'm very happy that that's going well. Is that going better because we have the infrastructure of the Food Security Task Force and the council? Why is that doing better as far as these large amounts that are critical? We're talking about food, shelter, assistance for people who can't get other types of money. These are big areas when you talk about protecting the vulnerable. They're not just programs that are on a list that we didn't spend down. These are the most vulnerable and targeted programs we have. Why is the food working so much better? Maybe are there lessons learned we can learn from that we're able to get that out of the door much quicker than these other programs?
There may be. I certainly think that the Food Task Force has worked incredibly well as a nonprofit government partnership. I will say that there's some structural benefits to the food because you can make bulk purchases. So we can make a $3 million purchase in one process that buys a bunch of food and then just, distributes it out. So I think structurally it's a little bit easier. But I mean, there will be hundreds of lessons learned from this event without question. I agree wholeheartedly with what I think you would say next is we need to learn them now faster because we can't wait till the event's over to learn them. I agree with that. And I think to that point as well, we actually are doing some surveying right now with partners to say, like, what can we learn now? What can we learn now? What can we improve on now? And as we think about before this next wave starts, how we can improve. But I think it's a really good question and one that I certainly commit to taking a further look at. But I think there's some structural differences, but I think there's probably some lessons that we can learn about the processing.
I appreciate that. And last thing I'll say, I'm a little more sympathetic. It's an issue, and I agree with my colleagues on the FEMA reimbursement. I was reading an article I think it was in August or, maybe beginning of September, about how cities and states are struggling with things that FEMA would normally, reimburse, and Trump saying they're not going to, and creating confusion in the system and some of the requirements that were discussed. I agree that's a horrible situation, and we should work with our federal partners and do the best we can on that. The thing that is just totally unacceptable to me is that we can't get money out of the door that we've appropriated for rent and for food and for emergency assistance. So we just have to do better on that. And I know you know that, and I appreciate how hard you all are working. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Council Vice President Hooker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try not to repeat everything. I think I haven't heard anything I disagree with from all my colleagues. I'm a little flabbergasted by this whole report. And Mr. Madaleno, I guess the first question goes to you. It's come up, but I don't know if it's been answered. Do you know where the county executive is? I would just expect the county executive to be coming in and making this presentation. This is not one, this is like 5 or 6 of the most important issues facing the county. It's hard enough to tell our constituents, we don't have money to keep your business open. We don't have money to keep you in your apartment, but it's heartbreaking to tell them we have the money, we appropriated it, and it's in a bank account. We just haven't given it to you yet, and we may not be able to. And I would just think if there's one thing he'd be on top of, it's this. I don't want to be unfair to him. I'm happy to tell him that himself, but I'm a little shocked that he's not here to make this presentation, and that it also wasn't made months ago.
So, the county executive continually expresses frustration with the speed of getting some things done, with the FEMA reimbursement. I think it's one of the reasons why we're trying to do a bit of the reorganization internally to get the whole thing moving forward. On the emergency assistance and relief payment program, we have put out $5.4 million through this program. So this is the 4th phase of the program. So it's not like, no one should be confused that we haven't put money out through the emergency assistance relief program. So again, this is highlighting to very specific resolutions that and their status, as opposed to the $56.5 million of your appropriations that we've already spent, the additional $12.5 million we have encumbered, for a total of $70 million, kind of either out the door or soon to be out the door with it being encumbered. Now, on the eviction assistance program, it's being tried to, and I think many of you know this well, we're trying to direct it at specific neighborhoods that have the greatest risk of the largest number of evictions. That sort of targeted approach that HHS has launched has been a little slower to get the money out the door because of the way that they wanted to target things. I'm sorry. I'll apologize on behalf of the county executive if you thought he was going to be part of this briefing.
I think it clearly rises to that level. You shouldn't. You just started. I have great respect for you. You shouldn't have to go back and communicate our frustration. The buck stops with him. He ought to be here to say, this is what's happening. This is what we're running into. This is what we're working on. What suggestions do you have? This is what we're facing. So we're attacking this as a team and not in this usual sort of oversight thing where you have to go back to him and get approval for what we're suggesting. I don't really think it's fair to you, honestly. And I think ultimately he's got to solve these problems. I appreciate everything you've been, that you mentioned that already has been done, but this is the most important stuff facing the county. This is food and shelter, and so many problems that are right in front of our constituents every single day. And I can't imagine what's more important than this hearing right now. Two, I totally agree with everything Councilmember Navarro said about the weekly update. I would add a friendly amendment that we really need a dashboard with daily updates. If we can have a daily update of the number of cases and the number of deaths, I don't know why. We have 6 weeks to go. We got to get this money out the door. I'd like to know what's getting sent out on the street, really every day, and where the pain points are, so that they can be addressed. So we're not surprised by how far behind we have fallen. Three, not just the county exec, but where's our intergovernmental relations representatives? I mean, you've mentioned them. This is on the difficulty of FEMA money. They're supposed to be the experts. And I don't know why they're not here to talk to the council and answer questions as well. And you've mentioned that you're reaching out to our congressional delegation. I mean, most of us have their cell phones. It's not hard to reach out to them. I maybe you have an answer, maybe you don't, but I'd like to know what they're actually doing and when they were informed about how bad this is.
FEMA, the responsibility for the FEMA paperwork, that approach has traditionally been assigned to the Office of Emergency Management and Homeland Security, not the Office of Intergovernmental Relations. So to be clear,
Sure. Okay.
one of the things that I've tried to do since becoming CAO is bring the intergovernmental relations staff into much more of our meetings because of the important role that they can play in both helping with you, with the state legislature, with the federal government, with our congressional delegation. I think we have not, I don't believe they have been exploited to the way that we should from a team of talented individuals. And that was one of the other things that I've sought to correct and to include, Ms. Wenger in far more of the deliberations so that it is not we're not having to go then re-explain things to her.
Right. I mean, if she's not included in this, what's she included in right now and her whole team? I mean, the legislature's not in session. They're not going to be for months. This is the game that we're all in. And she's not on the field, as far as I can tell, in the whole team. It doesn't make sense. And it's not her fault if she's not invited, but this is a big deal and it's very frustrating. And I think it's a cultural thing that predates your, service in this role for sure, but we rarely see them unless it's during the legislative session. And we're enormously dependent, obviously, on federal funding. And that's what the number one thing they should be working on 9 months a year, as far as I'm concerned. And we should see them, I'm not sure why we don't see them every week. Anyway, I have other things I'll follow up with you privately. I'm sure I've used up my time, but this is incredible. This is like just a systems breakdown. And I really hope we can get at least daily updates on what's going to happen with each of these areas for the next 6 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Navarro said that she had a quick comment, and then we're going to go back to Ms. Michelson and talk about the pay differential, and then we'll finish up the topic. Councilmember Navarro, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to reiterate for the record, Dr. Stoddard, you've been working for Montgomery County government for quite a while. And so I just want to make sure that it is clear that my comments are not a reflection on your leadership, because this is such an unprecedented moment and such an unprecedented crisis. And I have found you to always be somebody that I can, count on to lead in all of this. Number two, the issue of capacity, I want to also make sure it's on the record. And for, those who don't remember, we have had multiple meetings with OHR, MC311, HHS to discuss this issue of capacity. Have asked, have said, if you need that capacity, please let us know. So this is not new in terms of the issue of capacity, and therefore I think needs to be addressed. Number three, my request for these updates to be on a weekly basis during our public, legislative session every Tuesday. It's because it is important also for the public to know what exactly is the status and what it is that is happening out there. And that's why I want to have that request. If you can send something daily, that's great. But I think it should be incorporated in these Tuesday briefings. And of course, finally, again, for me, this is about simply communicating, being a conduit for all of those people who don't ever come to us, don't ever show up, don't ever participate, even on Zoom test hearings, who are suffering in silence right now. And therefore, this has to be number one priority. Whatever it takes, it needs to be put into place. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
If I may quickly, if I may just quickly, I want to say thank you for the acknowledgement, but I will say part of leadership, I think, is being able to admit where we make mistakes. And I believe this is an area where I could have done better in recognizing what we weren't doing well in terms of the FEMA reimbursement process. And I want to make clear, we have a small department. There's 4 people who work in our grants administration. And so those were the 4 people who are working on this. They are experts. They are working incredibly hard. They're doing everything that I have asked them to do. It's incumbent upon me to have conveyed to the leadership that we needed more help in a more informative way. And so I'll take my share of responsibility. It's not on Rich to recognize what's not going on in my office, but I certainly will take on responsibility for doing that. And I will say, when we recognized this was moving forward, there has been incredible support from the county executive's office in getting us exactly the resources. Working with DCAO Kasiri, she's been incredibly supportive of getting us more staff, bringing in folks from OMB, and expanding this team out more and more and more. I think that some of the challenges that we face with FEMA are both on us in terms of having had to build up more team, but I also will say that the landscape has grown increasingly complicated, and I think there's a direct link in FEMA's willingness to reimburse and the decision to use the unemployment insurance benefits out of the FEMA pot of money after the congressional talks broke down. I think there was a huge change in FEMA that we did not anticipate happening, because that was a change at a federal level that I think we weren't sure what was going to happen because of that. And I think what we've realized is we needed to move more quickly to expand, because FEMA was going to become much more problematic then. So I have no problem taking responsibility where I make a mistake, and that this is an area where we've made mistakes, and we're committed to making things better moving forward in this area. So I'll just say that.
I appreciate that very much. However, as I stated earlier, I guess my greatest concern has to do with the money that we appropriated locally and how it has not been dispersed. So I do understand the issue with FEMA, and that is a much larger problem. But my concern remains with the amount of special appropriations that we very quickly not only designed, but appropriated the funds, and they have not been dispersed to the people in need. Thank you for your candor.
Thank you. And Dr. Stoddard, Councilmember Rice has another statement, but I want to say very clearly that we know that you and your department does a wonderful job. We truly do. But we are your partner, and we need to work together to make certain that you can do your job the most effectively and in a most effective way. So with that, Councilmember Rice.
Yeah, Dr. Stoddard, I appreciate you saying that, but the reality is, and any boss knows this, that ultimately the buck lies with them. And so this lies firmly in the county executive's lap. And look, I have been incredibly complimentary to the county executive in terms of how I think we've responded to the pandemic. And so now I can also equally be critical of the fact that we failed. We dropped the ball. And it does rest in his court. That's just the reality. If a person doesn't get something followed up on in my office, sure, I can be mad at my staff member, but at the end of the day, it's the council member who is responsible. And then you have to accept that. And so, as my colleagues have said, it is disappointing that the county executive isn't here to hear from his colleagues about and discuss with them about why there was this failure in terms of making sure that he heard from you, that there were things and challenges that were there, making sure that he was looking at the fact that there were things that weren't being done. And asking the questions, why isn't this being done? And what can I do to help to make sure that it happened better and more effectively? And that goes beyond the FEMA to, just as Councilmember Navarro said, that also goes to the things that we appropriated, that we know the money is there and just needed to go out. And so for me, that's the part that's the biggest. And I don't want us to lose this, because I want to make sure that that sticks with us and that helps us in driving forward. We cannot work as a county if we have a disconnect between the county executive and the county council on something that is so important as keeping people in their homes, putting food on their tables, and making sure that they can continue to be employed. I mean, these are basics. And if it's not happening, then there's a serious problem ahead. And so that's the reason why we have to press the reset button right now and say, wait a minute, we've got to make sure that these lines of communication are much better and established. And so I hope that, again, we get to that point. But just want to say I appreciate you falling on your sword, but sir, it's not your sword to fall on. So.
And with that, well, we're going to leave the sword right where it is. And with that, we're going to go back to Ms. Michelson so that we can finish this topic to discuss the rest of this, the rest of the packet itself. And of course, differential is the main theme there. Thanks.
Yes, absolutely. And some of your discussion on FEMA reimbursement is very much linked to this because, there's been assumption made about what amount of the pay differential might be reimbursed from FEMA. But as Dr. Stoddard has explained, some of the FEMA rules have and may continue to be changed. So I'm going to turn this over to Deputy Director Howard to take you through the pay differential issues.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Ms. Michelson. And so I'm just going to real briefly go through what we listed in the packet on the pay differential starting on page 4. As you'll recall, in late March, the executive agreed with the unions, the different union partners, on a pay differential that was initially for a total of 6 pay periods or until the Maryland state of emergency was lifted. And it allowed for the executive and the unions to renegotiate if the state of emergency was still in effect at the end of the 6 pay periods. Obviously, the state of emergency is still in place, and the executive and unions have not renegotiated the agreements. And so therefore, the full pay differential still remains in effect currently and is ongoing. The executive branch provided updated information on the cost of the pay differential to date through 13 pay periods, which is essentially half of a year. Fiscal year, the pay differential has cost $49.2 million. On page 5, we provide a breakdown of the cost by employee group. The executive branch estimates that if the differential continues through December 31st without any changes, the total cost would be about $72 million. And so therefore you can project out if the differential occurred for a full year, the total cost is approximately $100 million. Ms. Michelson already mentioned the potential FEMA reimbursement issue. So it is even the best case scenario, it's likely that the county will need to cover much more than 25% of the pay differential, which was kind of the initial assumption that if it were covered by the FEMA reimbursement levels. Mr. Camacho from our staff did some research into pay differentials in other jurisdictions based on some requests from council members. And so we've attached the research memo. I'll just note a couple highlights that we found. 11 local jurisdictions, including the state of Maryland and Washington, D.C., which did implement some form of a pay differential during the pandemic. Of those jurisdictions, the pay differential remains in effect in 5 of them and has expired in 6. The structure, of course, of the differential varies among jurisdictions. Some provide a per hour differential like we are doing in Montgomery County. Others provide a fixed dollar amount. If you took the structure of each jurisdiction's pay differential and applied it to a common 80-hour pay period to kind of normalize the different per hour costs, the jurisdiction with the highest maximum pay differential employee could receive if all their hours counted towards the differential was Montgomery County with $800 per pay period. And the lowest maximum was Baltimore City and Baltimore County, where it was $100 per pay period. Some jurisdictions have tied their policy to the county or state emergency, which is similar to what we did here in the county, whereas others limit it to a certain number of pay periods and things like that, which is why some have expired. The last piece is what happens with this pay differential, in terms of the fiscal context, assuming that it's an ongoing cost as of now. And as we've noted, it's potentially $100 million over the course of the year. First, if limited or no FEMA reimbursement is received, the county will have to pay for the cost of the differential with existing resources from the CARES Act, so whatever we have of the $183 million, and or the general fund. But because there's no end date for the differential, there is a potential significant ongoing fiscal impact as we enter a continued period of fiscal uncertainty. We'll know more about the revenue update later on this fall to see where the county is and where we've closed out the books on FY20. But staff does suggest that the council discuss with the executive branch how it would plan to fund the pay differential costs beyond December 31st, when we can no longer use CARE funding. And if there are any current plans to renegotiate the amount of the differential. I'll turn it back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Mr. Madaleno, did you have a statement, or if not, we have a couple council members that have questions.
Well, I know you have a large number of questions, I'm sure, about this. Just wanted to reiterate that and to remind people our contracts do have a emergency pay provision, and we were able to negotiate with our labor partners a reduction of 75% of the emergency pay rate that was assumed in the contract to be fair and transparent. Obviously, no one envisioned in those provisions this type of long-standing emergency that we would be facing. So it is an issue to address in contracts moving forward.
Okay, Councilmember Rima.
Thank you. Well, we've just had a very intense discussion about the chance that FEMA will not be able to reimburse us or will not reimburse us for as much as our county had been planning, and that could leave us, facing a significant liability in different areas. We've also talked about the need to get funding out the door to, specific policies that we've all embraced. But, this issue of a liability hanging out there is a kind of major dimension of the conversation that we had. But I think that the money at stake in that conversation is kind of, not as significant as in this conversation. The liability that the county has for this, this agreement, and I don't think it's fair or correct to characterize it as somehow an agreement that the county was forced into. I think it is one that the executive branch, willingly agreed to, and I think a fair reading of the contract provisions could lead you in any number of different directions. I think the executive branch wanted this. And, all throughout the year, the assumption was that the CARES Act was going to pay for 25% and the FEMA was going to pay for the rest. And now we see in the memo that actually that's different. Now the county minimally is going to have to pick up 25% of the expense. But I think the memos raise some real questions as to whether we're an outlier. And I'm kind of haunted by what Dr. Stoddard said earlier, was commented on, that if FEMA can find a reason to deny something, they would. I think we have to ask ourselves, what would FEMA, what does FEMA want to do? Do they want to set a precedent like this, or do they want to, make a reimbursement that's consistent with other reimbursements that they've made elsewhere? And so, the point just being that the $70 to $100 million program here is just a big liability, for the county. And So really, I just want to ask Mr. Madaleno, like, what is your plan here? How do you envision the county paying for that?
You're muted, Rich.
Sorry, I muted because I thought I was about to sneeze. So my apologies. So the initial decision that we have from FEMA, where we sent over, albeit a small sample, but across a whole bunch of our different operations, from the different unions, the different from different departments, to try to get a sense of where they would reimburse, because it is an enormous amount of paperwork to submit. We went with a small sample, and we got a very positive response from FEMA. Be the first to admit that's for the pre-September 15th guidance. So it would apply to expenditures that happened before September 15th, not for requests that happened after September 15th. So always important to clarify that. They were, when we talked to them, and in fact, we did a second submission after speaking to them in order to get this clarification, because our contracts had emergency pay in them. That was one of the things that was very important to FEMA, was a recognition that you were not doing something new as response to the coronavirus. You were doing something that was part of your standard operating procedures. And because we had emergency pay assumed in our contract, and because in fact we were submitting a much reduced rate for emergency pay, and we did have that conversation with them, saying like, so you'd pay 3 times the amount of money, but not a reduced rate. And they agreed in their initial assessment that made sense and followed their initial guidance, that for where a majority of our costs have been across public safety, in corrections, in sheriff, in fire, in police, we have is where we've seen the majority of the pay that we feel still for all the pre-September 15th numbers, very optimistic about our ability to get that reimbursed. The post-September 15th numbers seem as if it would be a little bit tighter, and that their interpretation leads you in very different directions. For example, the rec staff potentially that we have reassigned to the Board of Elections to deal with this whole situation with moving all the ballot applications that have had to happen because of COVID. I'm using them as an example, that potentially the entire cost for them would now be reimbursable, not just the added cost. So that's one of the complexities in this whole analysis of, clearly we're going to have some employees that FEMA is going to reimburse not just the differential, but their entire salary, because they were rededicated to the response effort. And on the other hand, we're going to, I'm sure, argue about expenditures after September 15th of whether or not all police activity was inherently COVID response, because we've been providing all police officers with the pay differential, because they are in a front facing out in the community, putting themselves at risk, because in any situation they're going into, they have no idea whether or not the person is potentially contagious. And of course, the one thing that we would reiterate over and over, why this is so different than all the other crises we've encountered. Police officers, firefighters, many of our county employees all work very difficult and risky jobs, the jobs that they may not return from on any given day. But rarely does a firefighter does not come home and then burst out into flames and potentially burn down his own house by bringing an infection home, they are putting their whole family at risk. So we were very cognizant when we put that in place and how we've continued it on, because we are still dealing with a contagious virus that can cause death, fortunately at a rate lower than we saw at the beginning, but lifetime impacts if acquired. So we're
Okay.
trying to be safe, and we're trying.
Thank you. It sounded like you just said you thought maybe FEMA was going to pay for the entire police department for the entire crisis.
No,
Did
no,
you- did I
but
just- this-
no. For the police, for the pre-September 15th, for the police, those added the extra COVID pay. So the additional $10 an hour, that would be covered by FEMA.
I know that that's what you're hoping.
But I was saying,
understand.
I'm sorry.
I understand that is your hope, that FEMA will cover that.
And our initial submission, they did.
Right. My question is, what are you planning in case they don't? Because it is a huge liability. It feels like we are hurtling toward a reckoning. And if they don't cover it, we are out of pocket some amount of money, 25, 50, 75, who knows, $100 million. What are you thinking about as a measure for that?
We have reserved, and if you look at the charts on Circle 2, you'll see that we have reserved a fair amount of money for a variety of potential rejections of FEMA requests. So we are sitting on $67 million of placeholders for a variety of things that potentially, whether it's on the operating side or on the differential side, for FEMA reimburse, to either pay towards FEMA reimbursements or to use to backfill an expenditure that FEMA has decided not to support.
Right, but those are hedges against all of our submissions. And in fact, the COVID is not really, the differential, I don't even know if it's listed on that page. But, I'm concerned, we heard some talk previously during the budget season that maybe Medicare for All was going to pay for our health expenses. There's been a lot of fanciful thinking about how we're going to be able to pay for these things. And then in the end, we're seeing, a strong willingness to just dip into retiree health funds, dip into reserves. I'm right now concerned about whether we might have another $1.5 million for learning hubs, with the Children's Opportunity Fund. I know Chair Rice is talking to the Children's Opportunity Fund, and I'm wondering if we have enough money to provide those kind of services. And it's really hard to make that kind of calculation when there's like $100 million liability hanging over us without any, to me, what really seems a firm understanding. It just seems like the executive branch ought to be a lot more careful here. Are you planning to renegotiate this? Is there some thought that you have about, whether this will continue in the new year?
We are in constant conversation with our labor partners, and I believe we will be working towards making alterations.
Okay.
I mean, we're negotiating. I can't tell you what the outcome of the negotiations are going to be, but that doesn't mean we aren't going to be working with them to try to figure out how we continue to make sure we protect our employees. I mean, this agreement again goes to the to the early days of the crisis, where I mean, we were struggling over PPE and providing adequate PPE for our police and fire, who we were expecting to go out and address emergency situations where potentially they were dealing with people who were contagious. We have worked through those things. We have stood up testing. We are working with them about, again, a whole new employee testing regime. So we're trying to address some of the issues that make sure we can make progress on changing this formula. By formula, I mean the pay differential moving forward because of its ongoing affordability and the changing nature of the pandemic.
All right, I will defer to my colleagues. It just seems to me this is a huge gamble, and we could end up with a major fiscal issue that we have to work through this coming year if it doesn't go as you hope. And I'm very concerned about that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Friedson.
Thank you, Council President. I really appreciate all the staff's work on this. The behind-the-scenes efforts have been asking a lot of these questions for several months, and appreciate that we're finally having the opportunity to really dig into them. I'm still not clear, based on Councilmember Reamer's questioning, of what the plan is to pay for this and what the plan is to budget for this. I mean, I appreciate the mention as well about possible adjustments being made, but this is a story we've heard before. We were told there was going to be an adjustment after June 30th, and a decision would be made by June 30th by your predecessor, Mr. Madaleno. We were then told that there was going to be an agreement that was made, but we wanted to wait. The executive branch did until mid-July, when it was expected that FEMA would be coming back with specific answers to questions on what the reimbursement would look like. When will the adjustments be made now? I mean, the timeline when the adjustments were going to be made came, and they've subsequently gone, and they came again and they've gone, and it was based at one point on FEMA, and then we were told that there were going to be no adjustments at all. We received a memo in late July, I believe. I don't have the date in front of me. Do you have a timeline on when? What are those negotiations happening? When are they expected to be completed? What is the timeline that they would be anticipated to come into effect?
We expect to be returning to the table. I mean, again, we are with them on a constant basis on a variety of issues. We have talked about this on a variety of occasions. Part of this is all predicated on the governor's state of emergency. As you may know, the state of emergency always has a 30-day. The governor can only do it for 30 days. He has chosen to reissue the state of emergency. I don't know if we're getting to a point where that might change, because of course the state of emergency is necessary for all of the electoral changes that have been put through without legislation this year. So the change in early voting, the change in mail-in balloting, the change in the way that they're being counted is all predicated due to a state of emergency being declared by the governor.
Okay. So we've chosen, in order to connect it directly to the state of emergency, based on the subsequent agreement that was made. I mean, that was a choice. That was an executive decision. Okay. So the original thinking was that the FEMA reimbursement, which was going to dictate everything moving forward, was going to bring you back to the negotiating table to figure out what this was going to look like in perpetuity, or up to the point at which the governor had a state of emergency. That was supposed to be in mid-July. What happened? Why did that not take place? What was the change, that would, hadn't occurred?
So again, the state of emergency is still.
No, I didn't ask about the state of emergency. I asked about the FEMA reimbursement specifically. We were told in June, after originally the agreement was going to be reached after the first 6 pay periods, which is what we were banking this off of and basing this off of and had budgeted for, and where there was conversation between the executive branch and the council on the 6 pay periods. That's the memo we received. Then we were told we're not going to get it done before the end of June. We want to wait a couple more weeks because we'll have more information when FEMA gets back to us, which we anticipate in mid-July. You can check, go back and tell me if I'm wrong, but I have a very vivid memory that that was the timeline. What changed? What happened? The emergency hasn't changed. That's been going on since the beginning of March.
FEMA got back to us. FEMA got back to us with an exceedingly positive assessment of our expenses. They agreed to almost every dollar that we submitted.
Okay, if FEMA has agreed exceedingly positively and was willing to reimburse based on everything, and you, as you so eloquently stated to Councilmember Reamer's line of questioning, you have a very good idea of exactly what they will and they won't up to the point of September the 15th, which admittedly you said there have been changes. Why have we only been reimbursed $20,000 when we've expended $49 million just in COVID differential pay, which you have said you're going to request FEMA reimbursement for? Could somebody explain that to me?
I wish I could. I mean, we have chosen to focus on our first round of reimbursements would be on all of the operating expenses early on. So
you understand how these two things are not congruent. They don't work together. On the one hand, you were overwhelmed by how positive FEMA was. They were so generous in terms of their reimbursements that your response to it is, we're going to wait several months until we hire a consultant because it's so difficult to get FEMA reimbursements. I mean, I've been around, public hearings before. I've never been in a situation where there are two competing bits of information about the same decision point that are so contradictory to one another.
So just, I'd like to chime in. So in order to get that $20,000 approval, we had to invest dozens of staff hours in getting that time. So if you think about scaling it up from that $20,000 to a $49 million, where you have to account for essentially every single hour worked by every single employee over every pay period and define what they did and why it was related to COVID or not, that's the challenge posed by the data collection effort. Is the personnel data collection requirements for FEMA, the being able to figure out what their hourly rate is, what what they were doing, what the differential was, why it was COVID related or why it wasn't. That has to be done for every single hour worked. And, our doing of the test, was the reflection of we needed to get some sort of pre-decisional ruling to figure out exactly what they were going to reimburse. But just doing that for that small submission took us more than 2 weeks of like a half a dozen people working nearly 100% to get a $20,000 ruling. To do that for $49 million, we determined it was going to be a substantial investment of time and one that we were not going to be able to complete by the end of the year. And so
it's concerning that we spent dozens and dozens of staff members' time to get reimbursed $20,000. We'll just point that out. I just want to summarize so I'm understanding this correctly. The reason why you didn't renegotiate the COVID differential pay, understand this is going to be a much longer pandemic than anybody had anticipated, was because FEMA's response was so positive to being able to reimburse it. So you didn't renegotiate it based off of that because you thought you'd get reimbursed for all of it. But then subsequent to that, you realized that administratively you couldn't handle the reimbursements to begin with, even if the answer was so overwhelmingly positive that FEMA will almost assuredly refund and replace the money. Am I understanding what you've just said? I mean, that's what I heard. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly and the public is understanding it correctly, because it's a very interesting and confusing dynamic of how we got to the place where we're currently at.
We prioritize getting dollars back in-house quicker, meaning that what are we can get 24 million and invest X amount of time, or you can attempt to get the 49 million back, but have to spend 10 more weeks to get that money back. And so it's not a question of when, like we're going to submit reimbursements for all of it. We focused on what we could get out the door quicker, which was the the labor costs are always much more time consuming and labor intensive to pull together than the operation, than the stuff, the PPE,
Then the reimbursement itself. Well, if the cost of reimbursing costs more than the reimbursement itself, we need to rethink the entire fiscal.
If
we're spending $2 to get back reimbursed $1, then the taxpayers are losing money, and we need to change course. So, okay, I have a few more questions here.
Yeah, please.
If FEMA does not reimburse, whether we can't handle it administratively, whether we realize we're paying more money to figure it out than we are to return, where is the money going to come from? What is the plan? Is it coming out of reserves? Is it coming out of COVID CARES funding? Where is the money? Is it coming out of a savings plan? Where is the money coming from?
So right now, because we are confident at the ability to receive reimbursement for a large chunk of the pre-September 15th dollars, that will go through, that will be used, we will use the CRF dollars as the reimbursement and any backfill. We are holding back, as you see in the chart, we are holding back nearly $67 million in funding for unexpected denials from FEMA or to make matches associated with FEMA.
How much of the $24 million is specifically COVID pay in terms of what is expected to be submitted subsequently? The only plan that you have for a submission that I've heard today is the $24 million. How much of that specifically to the dollar is COVID differential pay?
So all of that is the operating expenses, not salaries.
Okay, so $0 so far. We heard earlier today that it could take and is expected to take approximately 10 weeks, which is the entire amount of time basically that we have to spend the money before December 31st, before the clock ticks to zero and it's use it or lose it. So none of this adds up. None of the math works. None of what you're saying makes any sense to me. The timeline doesn't make sense. The reimbursement strategy doesn't make sense. The fiscal plan doesn't make sense. What am I missing?
I don't know why it doesn't make sense to you, Councilmember Friedson, and
if it takes 10 weeks to reimburse and you've yet to reimburse anything,
I'd be happy to sit down with you and explain it.
Okay, well, we'll wait. I'd like to sit down with you and understand this better, but
we were never going to get the answers from FEMA for everything that we were going to submit before the end of the year. That was never going to be a viable strategy at any point during this year, given FEMA's.
We were told that COVID pay, the plan was to pay for it once we found out that the 25% could be used out of CARES Act funding, that the plan was to use 25% for CARES Act funding and the remaining 75% to get FEMA to reimburse. And you got tremendous news that almost guarantees, we were just told today, that almost guarantees that FEMA is going to reimburse it. You were overwhelmingly confident. You were banking everything on your confidence based on what you heard in July. So if we don't find out the answer, which it seems almost assuredly based on everything we've heard today, we are not going to know before December 31st, where is even the 25%, which is $25 million in annualized costs, up to $100 million if the answer is no. Where is that $25 to $100 million going to come from? It's not CARES Act money because December 31st, the clock goes to zero. It's gone.
So one point on that I would clarify. So we did talk to FEMA about you can actually pay your 25% match with CARES funding before you submit the FEMA reimbursement. And so even if we knew that we were going to submit, let's say $72 million, and therefore the maximum we could get reimbursed was, 50 some odd million dollars, we could put 15 or 18 million dollars, whatever the differential was, on CARES Act now, even if FEMA had not ruled on its eligibility before the end of the year. So that at least could be addressed.
That's the first helpful bit of information we've heard on this. Is that the plan? Do you intend to encumber the 25% of the COVID differential pay up to December 31st to FEMA before December 31st?
We intend to submit a complete reimbursement up to a date and time, whatever would be the nearest end pay period, or should the declaration of emergency end before that, by the end of November. So our goal is to get all operating expenses into FEMA by the end of October that we've spent so far, and then all personnel costs in by the end of November, so that we would know exactly that number that Earl just referenced in his reply to you.
Okay. A few more questions. Is there any circumstance under which the executive branch would consider redirecting funding for council-approved appropriations to help struggling residents and businesses, the ones that we talked about earlier today that have not been spent anywhere near at the speed at which they were expected to be? Is there any plan, or is there any possibility that the executive branch would redirect those funds intended for residents and intended for businesses who are struggling in this public health emergency in order to fund COVID differential pay?
No.
Okay. Was the county attorney directly involved in determining how the emergency pay contract provisions relate to COVID specifically, vis-a-vis the public health emergency with the governor, and how the emergency provisions as defined in the collective bargaining agreements relate to this type of unprecedented public health emergency?
If you're asking if Mark Hansen was was in the room for it, that I don't remember. Certainly the county attorney staff that handle labor negotiations were with us every step of the way.
Were they directly involved in the determination of the applicability of the provisions, not in the negotiation?
I don't know. Of course, they review every document that we sign.
Okay, reviewing a document that you sign and being involved in the interpretation or the applicability are different, but I'll follow up on that. For the $20,000 that has been reimbursed, how much was submitted to be reimbursed, and what did the executive branch expect to be reimbursed?
Everything we submitted so far has been fully accepted.
$20,000 was submitted, and $20,000?
Yes, every dollar that we submitted has been accepted so far. In candor, I think what I anticipated them to cover was going to be differential costs that were more specifically related to COVID response, and not just differential dollars that are not, and not include differential dollars that were for non-COVID related work. Meaning, if you were a budget analyst doing work on a department that wasn't specifically COVID related, they would not cover the back office differential pay for when you're in the, that's what we expected. What we submitted was, we got, mechanics who were doing, normal mechanic work. They covered the differential for that in our submission.
Is the FEMA reimbursement determined in any way based on the reimbursement rates of comparable jurisdictions?
It's never been, they've never made a judgment like that. It's all about the agreements that you have in place in that jurisdiction. You can't base any, in all of our experience with FEMA, you can't base any allowance or disallowance on what another jurisdiction has agreed to or not agreed to. It's only what your jurisdiction has in place.
Can you send to the council the November submission when you make it, when it is made, and the answer when it is received? I don't want to wait until it's received, which is 6 weeks, for us to get that. Can that be submitted, if it needs to be submitted confidentially, whatever is appropriate by law? But can that be submitted to the council in?
As long as we can submit it electronically.
Electronic would be fine.
Okay, because as far as I know, as long as there's no, I don't know if there's any confidentiality, but we will redact any information that might be there if need be. But I just wanted to warn you, it will be an enormous submission.
Yeah, just to be clear, do you want, it will literally be stacks and stacks and stacks of spreadsheets of hour by hour by hour. Do you want a headline of sort of?
Yeah, an executive summary, and then the full submission would be great.
Okay.
To back it up. That would be great. And then the 24 million as well, which is, I just want to confirm, is a different submission. That submission is already underway. This submission is, up to that point.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes. So the 24 million that you're talking about is basically all the procurements that we made, particularly to the Department of General Services, from March through the end of July. August is a separate allotment that they're going to be reviewing next. So end of July, that's the $24 million.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'll just close by saying, earlier, I appreciate Dr. Stoddard, I echo the comments by colleagues, your acknowledgement, the acceptance of responsibility. I really don't think the buck stops with you or even with Mr. Madaleno. I think it stops with the person who county residents elected to run their government. And I, share in the disappointment that he's not here, that he hasn't been more actively engaged in these decisions, that he has not been actively engaged in communicating with the council, with the public on these clear issues and breakdowns in where we are and where we all agree we need to go. I will say again what I've said before, hope is not a fiscal strategy. Waiting on a federal bailout is not a real way to manage or lead, or waiting for FEMA to reimburse us when we're not sure if we're even capable of pulling it off administratively is not the way to go. I mean, with all due respect, I heard earlier about the county executive and his frustration. We don't need frustration from the county executive. We need leadership. And thus far on these issues, we have not seen it, and we need to. And executive leadership is not about casting blame for what others have or haven't done. It's about assuming responsibility for what needs to be done, and there is a lot of work that needs to be done in order to right the ship here. And we can't sit here and wait in managing in a crisis for others to act. We need to be decisive. We need to use the information that we have, the tools that we have, and make a decision. And we heard earlier that the county executive isn't ready. Well, he needs to be ready, because the crisis isn't waiting for the county executive, and the county executive can't be waiting to make decisions in this crisis. He's got to act, and we need action. And residents are struggling, businesses are struggling. We need to move forward, and I am committed. I think all of my colleagues are committed. We have continued to be committed to do whatever is necessary to provide whatever resources and needs are necessary for the county executive and his executive branch of government to do the things that are needed in this unprecedented health emergency. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you, Mr. President. So earlier, obviously, in the year, one of the most difficult decisions that the council had to make was to adopt a budget that was based on continuity of services, which meant that we were not able to provide the raises that had been negotiated with the unions, because those had been negotiated before the pandemic. And conversations around this particular differential were also being had at that time. Given that we're already in the fall, which I assume the county executive and the administration is already beginning to put the budget request together, how are you guys taking all of this into consideration? I mean, when we think about maybe $100 million, et cetera, is this informing in any way your deliberations vis-a-vis the budget request that we will be making in March?
Councilmember Navarro, I'm not sure. I don't want to answer your question incorrectly or go down a path that you weren't talking about, because I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to get at. Is it going to inform our approach to bargaining this year?
Is it going to inform your approach to this upcoming budget? Somebody mentioned, I think it was you mentioned the reserves. I know some of my colleagues talked about how there had been, use of OPEB money. I mean, there are a lot of components that go into the budget, as you know, Mr. Madaleno. And given this particular element, which, this is an amount that none of us really, we did have conversations during the budget process about the potential of this particular item really growing and being compounded, and we're seeing it now. So I'm just curious, because you mentioned it briefly earlier, if we're not able to get reimbursement, et cetera, are you then going to go into the reserves? Are you going to be putting forth another savings plan? Are you going to be looking at this very seriously as you do negotiations as well? I mean, it's all part of, these are all components that go into the budget. So just wondering how this particular piece is being considered within the framework of the conversations around the FY22 budget.
We are very early in the planning for the FY22 budget. I mean, we still don't know. We don't have a an update on how the property tax payment went on September 30th. And since they were, that first round of property taxes were due on September 30th. So we have some anecdotal evidence about it and that it continued well. But there are some other very big revenue thresholds. The income tax distributions, especially the November and February distribution, that will be incredibly informative about the resources we have or we don't have towards FY22. Of course, the numbers remain the predictions, and you saw the state estimates. They continue to remain surprisingly strong from the income tax standpoint. We're going to have to look at a variety of things towards pulling together the FY22 budget. We're very cognizant, the executive is very cognizant of what those data points are and when they appear during the year. So yes, is this being factored into when we start talking to the partners in labor about the FY22 contracts? Obviously, this will be the overall fiscal situation, the strength of our reserves, all of those things will be critical to our eye towards our work with them and in putting together the FY22 budget.
Thank you. I do want to also, point out that of course there are some, lagging results that we would have to monitor, because we've all said that perhaps things didn't look as bad right now in terms of what the state has, shared, but that further down the road, we're going to start also realizing some of the impacts of those, lagging indicators, if you will. So, we'll be monitoring that as well. But I do hope that that is obviously taken into consideration, because it's a pretty significant amount. Thank you.
But knock on wood, so far, the revenue impacts of the economic dislocation caused by the coronavirus have been quite different than what we experienced in the 2008-10 recession. Thankfully. So, and that has left the state and the county in a stronger position than certainly we feared at the end of April. And I think you, Councilmember Navarro, when there's been no change to OPEB, there's been no change to the funding that we have budgeted for OPEB in the current fiscal year. There's a long-standing administrative procedure that was signed by Mr. Firestein in 2010 that governs the distribution of those funds, and no funds are distributed to the trust fund until after March 1st. So there's been no decision in any way about the contribution to the OPEB trust fund, other than the proposal the executive made that you affirmed in passing the budget in putting that money aside for the contribution.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with that, since I chair the fiscal policy committee. But I think, I was referring to the fact that, every budget cycle, there are different components and different things that we have to track and be very mindful of. So again, I think it's great that so far the news have been pretty decent, but we did have a lot of really in-depth conversation about the lagging indicators and how we needed to track that as well. And, I hope that things will remain very strong, but we nonetheless have to be very mindful of our fiscal possibilities here. And there's an election that's going to happen very soon, and that might also have an impact on how things affect our economy as well.
Thank you. And with that, there are no other council members that want to speak. We're going to end this conversation. I know that the executive branch has a few things to do, and we certainly want to follow many other items So I know we will continue to work together, and this is obviously a tremendous concern for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and the members for giving us the opportunity to respond to your questions at length. I do appreciate the dialogue, and I certainly we have an obligation to the residents of the county to get this right. There's no question, and I have no doubt that the county executive fully shares that.
Thank you very much. The last item on our agenda today is under the district council session, and that's a work session on ZTA 20-01 solar collection system and the AR zone standards. It was rescheduled from last week, and action was scheduled for a future date. And with that, I know Mr. Zients is there. So Mr. Zients, did you want to lead it off, or did Councilmember Reamer want to lead it off? Whichever.
I did, yes.
Mr. Zients is pointing to you, Councilmember Reamer. That was quite a picture. Please.
Thank you. Yes, I will present the committee recommendation, which was joint committee, co-chair Tom Hucker, of the T&E committee, and the Fed committee met. We made a 4-to-1 recommendation on an amended ZTA. I'm going to just make a few comments here. As the sponsor of the bill or the ZTA, and as the co-chair of the joint committee, and then if council members want to make comments, I'll leave that question to you, to the council president. Council staff can walk through the highlights of what the committee recommended. As you said, Mr. Council President, this is a work session. That means we're not voting today. So we would not vote on amendments. We would not vote on the ZTA. The purpose of this discussion is to review what the committee did recommend and then surface any particular issues that the council members of this body want to talk about. So with that in mind, I will certainly suggest that after we walk through the highlights of what the committee recommended, that we move right to the issue of soils, because that is one of the chief areas of discussion and perhaps disagreement, but certainly discussion. And I think it kind of gets to the heart of some of the issues. And so that'll be a good time for us to hear from Jeremy Criss, who I know has joined us today, and other experts that we may have. I see Mike Scheffel as well. So again, just to reiterate, we're going to, the goal for this discussion is to talk about these issues and surface, topics, and then we'll come back at a future council session and vote. So, sorry, did you? Yeah. So let me begin by just saying this has been quite a journey. I really want to thank everyone who's been involved, from every perspective, different branches of the county government and the planning board and everybody. We had a lot of help here in crafting this, the majority recommendation of the joint committees, the Sierra Club especially, Chesapeake Climate Action Network, Poolsville Green, groups that have really provided some heavy lifting here. And I know that for many of these groups, it's not been easy. Some of them have taken some heat from their own membership, but they're providing a lot of leadership. And I think that we all believe that this is so important because it just helps to clarify our way forward as we all grapple with the overwhelming urgency and enormity of the task that we have to decarbonize our economy and reduce the pace of climate change and ultimately reverse the pace of climate change and start to restore it. So I'm not going to minimize the concerns we've heard from many voices in the agricultural community. I do want to thank them for their participation. It has been earnest and constructive. And we've already made many changes as a result of the feedback that we've received. We had 3 work sessions in July. So again, I want to thank my co-chair, Tom Hucker, and my committee members, our joint committee members, for those 3 work sessions that we conducted in July. And of course, we had a public hearing far earlier in the year. But especially, I just want to thank Councilmember Hucker for co-leading this with me. He's really been a stalwart environmental leader on this ZTA and on many climate issues. And I just really appreciate that. Climate change is now. It's happening. It's here. I know we often think about it as something that is going to happen in the future, but it is already happening, and we need to be already taking action. And that is really what this proposal is all about. We can see it. We know it. We know that summers are different than they used to be. We know that the world around us is different than it used to be. We can see extreme examples of that in the wildfires out in the West or in Australia, and hurricanes that are battering the South, and local flooding, extreme weather. I think we all know that extreme weather today is far different than it was when we were young. And it is just the tiniest touch of what is to come. A recent UN report has told us that there's already a significant chance that it's too late to contain carbon emissions to the point that would allow us to avoid the 1.5 degree Celsius increase, that's coming as soon as 5 years from now. So extreme change is already underway, and we have got to do everything in our power to push in the other direction. And that's really what this proposal is all about. The council, as my colleagues, those who were here in the last council know, but I think probably everyone knows, we passed a resolution to eliminate our county's carbon emissions by 2035. And that is not the carbon emissions of our county government. We are already carbon neutral. It is the carbon emissions of everybody who lives in this county. And I want to say something about that resolution. If we act on that resolution, then it's really helpful. It's a good thing that we did it. But if we don't act on that resolution, then it is a hoax. It is an absolute hoax. Chesapeake Climate Action Network emailed us with, I thought, one of the best quotes I've heard, which said, "A goal is only as good as what you're willing to do to achieve it." That was from a DC council member. That has been the spirit of this proposal. We know that we must make big changes. We have to eliminate emissions from driving, and that is going to require massive shifts to transit and walking and biking, to clean electric vehicles powered from a clean grid. We know we have to eliminate emissions from using power at home and at work, and that's going to require massive investments in efficiency as well as a clean grid. The bottom line for both our buildings and our transportation sector is that the future is going to require a clean grid. And that is the essential rationale, purpose of this proposal. It's to help us shut down coal and fracked gas. And that is the core of the progressive agenda on climate, is to shut down coal and fracked gas to clean up the grid so that we can power everything with renewable, non-polluting electricity. And the only way to do that locally here is with solar and wind, locally in Maryland and locally in the county. But the good news is we have a solution at hand. Solar is now more cost effective than mining coal and gas. But the only way that really can happen is if we allow it. And we have to be part of the solution. Montgomery County has passed an ordinance to legalize community solar, but it did not extend to the Ag Reserve. We knew that issue was there when we took it up, and we left it for a future discussion. But I just truly believe, I know that those who strongly support this believe, that every part of the county has to do its part, that we have to do our part as elected officials, even if that means angering some of our constituents or casting a vote that might be unpopular with some. But everybody has to do their part. And there is no way to achieve the kind of change that we need without disrupting the status quo. So this proposal could produce, if fully built out, up to 300 megawatts of clean energy. That is 1/6 of our county's goal to power our own, our share of our local consumption with clean renewable. So, generally, if this is the most feasible thing we can do to create clean energy, everything else that we want, that we talk about, that we want to do is incredibly expensive. It takes decades to work. In fact, we've been providing incentives and subsidies and efficiency improvements in processes for decades. And despite all of that, we only have today about 110 megawatts of solar, despite 40 years of installation in this county. That is not enough. It is good. We need more everywhere, but it is not enough. So this proposal is focused on community solar. It makes solar widely available, particularly to those who don't have a roof. They don't own a house that they can install a roof on, or install a solar panel on the roof. Hundreds of thousands of people who live in this county who cannot, for whom rooftop solar is not an option. Community solar is an option for them to be able to be part of the solution. Community solar works to sign up subscribers to specific projects. So this is a way for everyone to participate. Community solar has a low income mandate. So it has a discounted rate for people who are low income. That's in the state law. So in conclusion, again, I want to thank everybody for their robust participation. Our county has to provide a significant amount of clean energy into the grid if we're going to be part of a solution that can actually clean up the grid. Our experts have calculated that at 2,500 megawatts. This proposal would add up to about 300 megawatts. So it's not even the entire amount by a long shot, but it is a realistic piece that would make a big difference. And for those who say rooftops and parking lots, I say yes, rooftops and parking lots. We've got to do more and do it faster. But no matter what we do, it is clear that rooftops and parking lots can only ever supply between 1/4 and 1/2 of the capacity that we need. So that is only ever a partial solution. We need to do everything we can in those areas, and we need to do more. We need to do community solar, and we need to allow it everywhere in the county. No part of the county should be exempt from being part of this solution. All right, so thank you. I'm not sure if my co-chair wanted to make comments or other committee members, but at the appropriate time, Jeff Zients would walk through the highlights of the council committee's recommendations, and then we could go right to discussion of the issues.
Right. Unless there's any of the joint committee, Vice President Hucker or someone else, we can go to Mr. Zients. I certainly have some thoughts on this entire topic as well, and I'd like to express those, but I'd like to hear from Mr. Zients before I do. Any Vice President Hucker or anyone else?
I think Councilmember Reamer summed it up very, very well. Hans, thank you for your leadership on this issue. This is obviously a critical issue that we're all invested in achieving this goal. It's an existential threat facing the county. Thanks for your leadership, and looking forward to this discussion. This is a lot of work that's been done on this bill, and I'm eager to move it forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. See no one else. Mr. Zients.
Okay, thank you. For the millions watching out there, ZTA 20-01 concerns solar facilities that are less than 2 megawatts at any one property in the agricultural reserve. Other ZTA had addressed more urbanized zones, so this covers the ag reserve. The first thing the committee recommended was to limit this to the state's net metering program that actually has 3 elements. One is the community solar, where people subscribe to get their power from solar. That is accumulated into groups of 2 megawatts each, and a solar provider then builds the facility. The second is aggregate net energy, where a single user can aggregate their energy use from multiple sites within the same electrical service area and can build a facility. And the third is based on energy use on the site. Net metering proposed has a maximum of 200% of on-site energy use could be used on site. So those are the programs that the committee would restrict this to. The committee did recommend expanding on-site solar arrays to 200% of on-site use. That conforms to the net metering program. That was one of their amendments as well. Now, for 2 seconds, facilities larger than 2 megawatts are regulated by the Public Service Commission, and the county is preempted by state law and cannot otherwise regulate them. And that was a decision made in Washington County versus Perennial Solar LLC, and there's nothing we can do about that. But what we did have in the ZTA as introduced was to just acknowledge that effect, but the committee and testimony thought we were better off leaving in the specifications for facilities larger than 2 megawatts to say that it should be treated as a utility under the zoning ordinance. So at least we had a point of reference for the PSC to comment about. Mr. Reamer will offer an amendment to clarify that the 2 megawatts applies to ownership, the common ownership at an existing location. That is, if you had 2 parcels next to each other owned by the same person, the total of that person can do is 2 megawatts between the 2 properties. That will conform to state law when it sets that limit. So it's not how many megawatts per acre, it's how many megawatts per property at one location. The committee in general expanded the environmental protections and the variety of plants that should be allowed to be grown under solar. The committee recognizes something called agrivoltaics, where people are producing agriculturally productive plants under the solar panels. As introduced, the ZTA would only allow pollinator friendly or plants for grazing. The committee would amend that to allow all plants that are productive for agricultural industry. The committee would prohibit concrete used in setting up the pads and only allow it on where there are electrical equipment needed. And that would be to maximize the planting area and to minimize the effort it would take to returning the area back to traditional agriculture. The committee would reduce fencing, mainly to avoid removing existing vegetation, but it would not allow the planning board to prohibit fencing, which may be required for insurance purposes. The committee put in protections that prohibited these facilities from being in stream buffers or wetlands or on 15% steep slopes. And the amendments would prohibit stripping topsoil from the soil. All of these are environmental protections. The amended ZTA would also have findings concerning forest conservation and tree protection. We can go through those in detail, and there may be some enhancements you may or may not want to do to that as recommended by the executive. The ZTA would also acknowledge the stormwater management requirements for site plan. All of these facilities that are above 200% of on-site use would be required to go through site plan. So there's an individual finding of conformance by the planning board. In terms of screening, the screening would only be required if it was within 200 feet of a neighboring house, with an opportunity for the planning board to waive that requirement if it thought it was unwise. The most controversial routine is whether these facilities should be kept off of different classifications, soil classifications. There were various proposals made. The end result of the committee's recommendations is that solar facilities shouldn't be on soil classification 1. And the last more technical amendment was that the planning staff should keep track of whether we've gotten close or over or near rather the 1,800 limit on the acre limit on these facilities rather than DPS. And that summarizes all of the committee amendments. There was one other amendment that I believe Council Member Reamer may make, and that is to show evidence that the land under the solar plants would actually be used for some agricultural purpose rather than just planted that way. And that concludes what I have to say.
Thank you. So I think it would be helpful now for us to pull up some maps and talk about soil, because that is one of the big issues. And people may have questions about that issue.
And that's fine. I would like to actually discuss something further than just looking at maps. I believe that what we need to do, and first of all, let me start off by just saying that I congratulate the fact that we have the ZTA. It has caused the right discussion. It has caused a good discussion on having solar. We need more solar. We need to work together. And to your point, Councilmember Reamer, I agree that everyone needs to do their part. Underline the word everyone. And I think that right now, this ZTA does not go far enough. It does not protect enough. And that's my concern. I believe that all along that the many people who are directly affected by the land, not by solar, we're all affected by solar, but the many people that are directly affected by the land have not been allowed to be engaged or have not been engaged to the point that they should be, because everything is by Zoom. It's not the fault of the county. That's not the fault of anything other than that's the way we've had to conduct our business. Having said that, the one area in Montgomery County that does not have broadband is the Ag Reserve. The area whose land would be the most affected by this ZTA is the Ag Reserve. And therefore, it concerns me that the good ideas that could come out from the people who actually work the land, from the people who actually or would be the most directly affected by the land, has not been to engage to the point that they would like to be or that I would like them to be. I believe, therefore, that we really should look at a task force. And Hans, you and I have discussed it. You and I are not in agreement on it, but you and I have discussed it. And I think the task force should be short-ended. I think it should be no more than 6 months. I think, and that gives people time to because there's going to be we're going to have to ask people to apply for it. We're going to have to ask people to send in their resumes. Because we're going to have the holidays in the middle of this, we have to give time for people to actually to meet. I think we should have people from all sides, not people that just agree. I think we should have people that disagree. We should have the solar industry, the ag representatives, people from the environmental groups, and the list can go on. I think it should be no more than 9 people, because if you get the committees if you get a task force too large, that many times they can't come back. But the reality is that there's so many good ideas out there that we have not explored. And the reality is that if we go forward with this ZTA the way it is today, that the cheapest land, the most inexpensive land that would involve where solar could be, would be the ag reserve. And let's face facts. If someone can get the cheapest land, the industry is going to go there first. They're not going to go to the parking lots of a commercial building. They're not going to and lease there. They're not going to go and try to negotiate shopping centers or whatever, because it's twice as much. The industry has told me this. It's twice as much. So they're going to go where the cheapest land is first. And then once they do that, and then they'll see where else they'd like to go. I believe they need to go everywhere. I believe that there has to be a system in place that they will go everywhere. The reason this land is the most inexpensive land that they would be leasing is because 56 years ago, 1964, we, Montgomery County, decided that there should be a protection for the land, that there should be a protection, and it's going to be called the Ag Reserve, 93,000 acres. And I've heard people say, well, this solar, the way this is written, would only be 2% of the Ag Reserve, only 2% of the Ag Reserve. Well, let's talk about 2%. 2% is a significant number. If it was only 2% of our $6 billion budget in Montgomery County, that would be about $120 million. And that makes us blink. That makes us blink. And 2% of the Ag Reserve makes the people in the Ag Reserve blink as well. There is a path forward. We need to hear from all sides and get a path forward so that solar is created to the greatest degree in Montgomery County, that solar is created to the greatest degree, that all will prosper from it, that we will, and we had today, the proclamation recognizing Energy Awareness Month. We said in that proclamation, the county is committed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 80% by 2027 and reaching 100% elimination by 2035 from a 2005 baseline. We said it today. We mean it. We've said it before. We mean it. And we need to work together to get there. But this ZTA, the way it is written right now, does not get us where we need to be, in my opinion. This ZTA gets us to a place that we can have a good conversation, get to a better place, protect the Ag Reserve to the greatest degree we can protect it. Some of it could be there. I'm not saying that any place should be exempt, but we need to work with all of us together to get there. So that's what I'm proposing. I'm proposing a task force. Anybody else? Councilmember Rice, you were the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And as a co-sponsor of the ZTA itself, let me just first say that this is incredibly important in terms of what we're looking at when it comes to the future of green energy here in Montgomery County. And Chair Reamer is right. We can't make our goals just solely with rooftops and with parking lots. It's not possible. But we also need to make sure that we're balancing our goals, that we also look to when it comes to our agricultural reserve and farming, and really making sure that that land that we set aside is productive, that it's not just there. And I know that Chair Reamer shares in that goal as well. And so there is some fine point that is that compromise. And it's trying to figure out what that compromise is and making sure that it works for everyone. making sure that it is appropriate for the industry as it continues to work with landowners to actually produce some of these projects, which will then put more green energy into our grid. And also at the same time, making sure that we protect that incredibly valuable land that we have in our agricultural reserve that needs to be that continuous lifeblood generation for our earth, right? And so those things are two very important different dynamics that we have to balance. And so from that perspective, I think that we are doing the right thing. We are doing the right thing by pausing, making sure that we can try and figure out what the best way is to achieve that compromise. This is not a delay. I want to be very clear about that. By us taking our time, we're making sure that we're getting it right. Because what we want to do is make sure that it's effective. And so what I would say is this to the council president: I welcome many people looking at this issue, thinking about it, and coming up with best ways and suggestions on how we should move forward. I don't think that that stands in the way of us continuing as a council to still do our work in that parallel track at the same time. And our hands should not be tied by that work. However, just as we've done in many other instances of things that are important to us here in this county, we've always looked to leaders in our community who want to step up to help guide us and give us suggestions on how we might be able to move forward. We oftentimes feel as though we've always got the best ideas, but sometimes, someone else does. And so that's great. And so I think that it's all welcome. I think that, again, by us being very clear about the fact we are going to continue to try and reach a compromise, and at the same time, also be very clear about the fact that we intend to make sure that some of the best minds on both sides of the issue are working together to figure out ways in which we can continue to build on these opportunities are both incredibly important. And so I find myself supporting both. And so it's a very rare kind of instance on this council where you can actually say, yeah, I actually believe in both. I don't have to vote against one for the other. This is actually supporting both tracks. And so I just wanted to say that. I don't think that we need to belabor the point. I think that, again, for us, Councilmember Reamer, you and I have had some very great conversations about some amendments that I think certainly may address some of the concerns that folks have, including the one that was just mentioned about ensuring that you can actually grow something underneath. While we know that animals and certainly grazing works for some of this, that's not really a primary function of our agricultural reserve right now. That's not one of the big things. And also, of those animals, the reality is most of them are cows and larger animals. They're not the smaller sheep. And so from that perspective, there's still some stuff that we need to figure out, right? And so that's why, again, we'd always talked about working with University of Maryland Ag Extension. We've been looking across the world at examples of how we can try and model ourselves after what folks have done. And the reality is we're at the forefront, right? And it's not a bad thing, but it's just one of the things, we're at the forefront. Nobody's really done as much as what we're looking to do in terms of really balancing those two things together. Folks have made decisions who've had the luxury of making those decisions about saying, this green space we're going to allocate towards solar farming. And that's the case, right? But not had the necessity to actually blend the two together. And so that's something that we're taking on. And so I'm very happy about where we are because I think that we're actually innovative in terms of addressing two issues that are incredibly important to us here in Montgomery County. So thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with both of you.
Thanks. It's always good to hear that. Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And I want to thank Councilmember Reamer, Hucker, Rise, all of you who co-sponsored this DTA and been working really hard on this issue. I just want to share a personal story. Right before my father passed away in 2015, we actually had a conversation that we'd had for a while where he had shared with me that he was going to buy a plot of land in the Andes region in Venezuela because he wanted to be able to have crops planted. And he had this thing about self-sufficiency when it came to food. And, you know, I thought, okay, that's kind of cool. You know, he went from being a petroleum engineer and now he wants to grow his own food and be sustainable and all of that. But there was a larger issue that he was thinking about. And it had to do with food security. I don't have to bore you with the details of what happened in Venezuela and the shortages and all of that. But, you know, he passed away in 2015. Nonetheless, the first time that I had to go buy food right after the declaration of a national emergency I went to the Giant in Burtonsville. I remember putting on my mask and my gloves, walking in there as a mom, thinking about the long list and seeing empty shelves and having that thought about this issue of food production and the interruption of our, you know, food supply chain, et cetera, and kept thinking how bizarre it felt to see those empty shelves. But then how lucky are we that in Montgomery County, a place that is right next to Washington, D.C., how fortunate we are that we have an agricultural reserve. And for the first time, you know, I mean, I've been on this council since 2009, lots and lots of proposals where we've had to kind of fight to preserve the agricultural reserve. But for the first time, I just had this real awareness of what a treasure it is for us and how tangible the use of that land can be for Montgomery County residents and really the region. And so these are competing policy goals because at the same time, I'm also very cognizant of the urgency that we have regarding climate change. And so I am not opposed to looking at, you know, what will be that very aggressive approach. But similar to Council President Katz, I do think that we need to incorporate the voices of those people who are from the agricultural reserve, who are the landowners, who are the farmers. I do think that we should have a fuller understanding of this notion of, yeah, the urban, you know, built area. How can we also incorporate that into this particular proposal? We do have this climate action committee. We, you know, it's great that we appoint these committees, but then should we not also engage, you know, them in this conversation? And for me, again, there's just been this renewed appreciation for preserving this incredible treasure because this issue of food insecurity, and we are still seeing the lines of people, you know, that every single day basically are trying to get food because of food insecurity still during this pandemic. I believe that we need to pause a little bit and understand, okay, so we do have this resource. How can we best leverage it for those policy goals? And let's move forward in an aggressive way. I personally have not seen a plan for how we can leverage the built out environment yet. What would it cost? You know, every time I go to Holiday Park Senior Center, and I haven't been there in a little while, but you know, when I would go and park in the back, it was cool to see all of those solar panels there. I mean, there are these opportunities, but I am sensitive to the engagement that we've had with so many people from the agricultural reserve and so many other advocates who've said, you know, why don't we also look at this a little more holistically and give folks, as Council President said, who have not been able to participate, that opportunity. So I would support a task force. I just want to make sure that there is some connection to the Climate Action Committee because, you know, to create parallel work, in my opinion, to me is not helpful. I think that there should be a way to integrate that expertise and whatever else, other expertise can be also tapped. I would be in agreement with that. But again, I do believe that for me personally, this pandemic in terms of, you know, us being able to leverage in some way our agricultural reserve, even if we have to figure out a way to incentivize some of this, but it's real in terms of, you know, food production. And I know that there's limitations even with that, but, you know, I think it's important for us to preserve that as well. So I'm in agreement with Council President, but again, not saying no to the ZTA, saying, let's see how we can come to a consensus that would achieve those very important policy goals for our county.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Albornoz.
Okay, thanks, Mr. President. I've said this to the 16 different incredibly organized groups with really amazing information that I have met with over the last 2 months on this particular ZTA. I have so appreciated the information, and it's something that our staff has dug into over the last few weeks once this came out of committee, and don't disagree that we need some more time to be able to fully process and digest all of this information. And I do think the development of a group to further evaluate makes sense. However, Mr. President, I have a lot of questions about the task force that you are proposing. Is there something in writing? Do you have a formal proposal? You described a task force that could be as much as 6 months, 9 people appointed, but do you have anything beyond what you just described to be able to describe the task force you have in mind?
Not at this point. I wanted to have the discussion before I came up with an actual written proposal. I'm someone who believes that if you're going to have a task force and you ask them to dream, that you don't limit the dream that they can have. And that's something that I wanted to discuss with the council today. I think that we need to work on the actual logistics of it. I think we need to have a staff member be associated with it. I think that we need to, as I said, people from all sides on it. And I don't know that the task force should be actually that it needs to come out with a recommendation as such. I think they need to come out with what their suggestions would be so that we can come back and work with and amend this ZTA so that it becomes the ZTA that Montgomery County will be able to use and to get as much solar as we possibly can in all areas. Okay,
so I'm not comfortable with 6 months. I think that's too long. I can't speak one way or the other about the makeup of the task force. I think that I'm not confident that there will be much more in the way of compromise. I think the lines have basically been drawn on the issues. I do think there would be a benefit to having a group of individuals who were put in a position with the objective of coming back and finding some reasonable compromises. I know that the committees did fantastic work within the framework of the council process to propose amendments, but there are some that feel they did not have an opportunity to weigh in enough on those amendments. And so I'm in principle supportive of the development of a group that will further analyze what we're talking about during this work session and what will be more work sessions. But I need to have a lot more information than what we have now before formally feeling comfortable signing off on that model. And so that's, but I think that the timing is a concern. I also think 6 months puts us right into the budget planning process next year, which we all know is going to be extraordinarily difficult and extraordinarily time consuming with what's looming on the horizon. And as I said, I'm not sure how much more information we need. I think there would be a benefit of a group coming together. And as I was discussing with my chief of staff, Joy Nurmi, who, as all of you know, was the former chief of staff to 3 former council members and the special assistant to the county executive. She was directly involved in the development of task forces, both on the council and as a member of the executive branch, that were successful, that did produce a compromise when on legislation such as this, that is important as this, there was an opportunity to have more people at the table to roll up their sleeves and figure it out. So don't disagree, we need more time. Agree with the development of a group, but would like to hear a lot more about what that group will look like before formally signing off. And
I appreciate that, and I will speak to my good friend Joy and see if she'll handle this task force for us. I know that she'll have something to say. Council Member Reamer.
Well, several things to say. First of all, I can I can think of 9 people who might work together to find a solution. Us, you know, if what we want to do is take some more time and hear for some more voices and consider more ideas, I think that is fine. I think the point is we do need to move this to a vote. I think we should vote before the end of this calendar year. I think what the council president is describing is it's impossible to do under that kind of time framework, because it's a formal task force. It's like a commission created by the county. It has to be created by resolution. Then you have he's described applications for membership, open meetings, you know, and then some kind of, you know, conclusive report. So those types of enterprises usually take, you know, a long time. I do want to say to my colleagues who expressed interest in the food issues, there are ways that we can strengthen the requirements around food production and agricultural use even more than what we have in this ZTA. But I do think that just asking the same groups of people to sit down who don't agree, you know, and hoping that they might agree wouldn't work. If we were to give this task force a charge and say, come back to us with a plan that will assure us of 1,800 acres of solar, you know, deployment, that might be, you know, that would be different, but that's not what is being discussed at the moment. And I would add that Howard County actually did a task force earlier this year, and they brought all the stakeholders together. They brought the farmers and community activists, you know, together. And what they ended up recommending was very similar to what you have before you now. And the county executives task force on climate met, and they considered this issue extensively, and they ultimately made no recommendation, because there were some groups that wanted to do this and some that didn't. So, you know, I think we have to be mindful that the task force isn't going to solve our problem. But, and I'm a little unclear about if we have to wait until we can meet in person, you know, that could be a long time. But I do think that I would be, as I said to the council president directly, you know, I would be delighted to participate in a series of meetings where we talk about additional, you know, ideas. But I would draw a big distinction between that and creating a formal task force that has a lot of process and an unclear outcome. And I think that would be we would be passing on our responsibility here. It would just simply be punting to some other group of people who would not reach any particular conclusion. And then we'd be right back where we started, or we would be worse. So I would urge my colleagues, you know, as I said at the outset, we're here today to review the committee recommendation. I am open to additional changes. I think everyone is open to additional changes. Let's work together. If the council president wants to convene a series of meetings, I welcome that. But I think we should really not get into creating a new task force. I think that is almost a caricature of you know, what we need to be doing, which is taking action.
And I appreciate that. And I'm going to go call on the other council members who are on the list. But let me just say that I believe when a person comes in and talks to us, that they talk to us. I believe this group that I'm suggesting needs to talk to each other. And there's a big difference. Council Member Glaze.
Thank you, Mr. President. I waited to speak because I wanted to hear from our colleagues who are not on the joint committee, and I appreciate hearing their perspective. And throughout this entire conversation, I've been listening to everyone's perspective. I'm looking around this Zoom, and so many of you all who are not on the council have been talking with me, as have been the advocates on every side of this issue. And what I think needs to be done quite frankly, and understandably, is continued conversation, right? We all, I think, agree on that. It's how long that conversation goes and in which venue do we hold those conversations. Since the joint committee voted on this ZTA, I've had even more conversations with folks, right? So even after we had 3 work sessions, the conversations had continued. And it was really at that point in time that I think there was some breakthrough and some understanding. And, you know, in your opening comments, Mr. President, you talked about the 2%. Well, there were subsequent conversations about phasing in or phasing up. There were other conversations about further amendments. And so because the different parties and the diversity of thought that there is about this has continued to negotiate and collaborate after the joint committee, quite frankly, I think we're almost there because I've been listening and people are coming along because we all agree that we got to do something. It's just about where and for how long do we come up with that solution. And my recommendation is not to create a special task force or committee. It's quite frankly to send it back to the joint committee where we quite possibly are a little more inclusive into who we bring to that committee. And quite frankly, you know, if the chairs, if the sponsors of the ZTA want to engage in additional side conversations to prepare and plan for that joint committee and negotiate even further, I welcome that because I know all of that's taking place. And so I know this process might have started out a little rocky, but we're getting there. And again, in the conversations since it was approved out of committee, there seems to be a lot of understanding and people have been bringing new amendments, short of actual amendments. They've been bringing compromises. And that's what we're in search of, because again, we have to do something. The world is on fire, the planet's burning, and we have goals that we need to achieve here. For that reason, I do not support the creation of a new task force, but would respect the committee process where there are 9 duly elected members of this council to continue hashing out the details. So I yield back.
Thank you very much. Council Member Hucker, Vice President Hucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to respond to some of the things that were said, I understand the interest in having a sort of briefing or an update for this council of what the countywide plan is. That's sort of beyond the scope of this ZTA. We really do already have a countywide plan, and it's being updated, with the executive work group that has been convened. But we haven't been waiting around for that. We have enacted policy for years, and it was a few years ago that I put an amendment, a ZTA that everybody supported regarding our commercial and residential zones, and said that if you have an approved site plan, whether you want it on your roof, your commercial roof, your parking lot, your garage, if you have an approved site plan, you don't need to come back to the planning board to put up solar panels because we've all held hands and declared this climate emergency. So we're not going to make you wait 6 more months. We're not going to make you pay the fee to go back through the site planning process. You could just add your solar panels, and that covers all the commercial and residential zones in the county. Then we came back and passed another ZTA, as Councilmember Reamer mentioned, that conformed the county zoning code to the new community solar bill that finally passed after long last in Annapolis. And the only thing we left out of it deliberately was the ag reserve. So solar really is allowed everywhere in the county right now except the ag reserve. We have a plan. The market is allowed to private companies compete with each other to sell solar. Property owners can put it up. There are federal and state incentives to help you do that. And it's really only the ag reserve where it's not, where there's a big government barrier in the way. And that's what this CTA is all about. So I think everybody might benefit from an update on what's really working. But the fact is what Councilmember Reamer said earlier, those 2 steps we took recently are not going to allow us to reach our climate goals. We can't reach our climate goals, we've heard from our staff analysis, without the Ag Reserve. And that's really the whole point of this. We passed the community solar bill a couple years ago. To my knowledge, there's only 2 projects that have moved forward. We have Fran Uhas here for one, and another one in Councilmember Navarro's district. But I think there's 2 in the whole county, and that's just not enough to get where we need to go. So I think we might need a briefing on and a status report, but changing this CTA into sort of a county-wide thing, I don't think is necessary because we've already allowed solar everywhere else. Number 2, I sit in a lot of meetings. You all do. I told you, Mr. President, I don't mind having a work group on this. I'm happy to always, I favor the way we do work groups. We used to do work groups in Annapolis of getting the people who care the most in the room with a charge, not an unlimited a license to just debate things endlessly without having a plan, but a charge from the elected leadership saying, we're going to get to this goal, and you all are going to be in this room for 3 meetings over 3 weeks, or 4 meetings over 4 weeks, or 5 meetings over 5 weeks, but you need to figure out what you can live with, what you can't live with, and come out with a plan, or we're just going to do it ourselves. Those kind of work groups, to me, are effective and can help build consensus and can help people who are from different industries and different points of view understand each other's point of view. But to me, without giving them that kind of direction from us, the elected leadership, just having a task force with sort of an unlimited charge and not a focused goal that they're supposed to reach is probably unlikely to result in a real strong recommendation or even more clarity. As Councilmember Reamer said, it happened with the executive branch's task force on this. So, I would be fine with a smaller group of the people who care the most in a room together, spending time listening to each other, as long as they are told by us, the goal of this is to get this done, not to just talk about it and walk out of the room in disagreement.
I'm in absolute agreement with that. And this is not to hold this up. This is to come away with a better situation than what we're looking at today. And I believe that we need to have much more solar than what we need to be beyond that. And maybe it doesn't have to be a formal situation. Maybe it needs to be that we have the discussion. But at this point, the Ag Reserve people and others beyond it have not given their good suggestions on what's a better path forward. Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was one of the 4 votes at a committee. I made my points clear there that I was voting for it, but I looked forward to additional conversation and changes at full council. The soil was a part of that. There were other considerations as well. I am always fine. I think it's always good to hear from more people, as through the legislative process, which we're in. You have a joint committee recommendation. We're having a work session today discussing the issues. But my goal has always been to find a way to balance these very important issues, of our food security, of the purpose and form and function of our agricultural reserve and why we created it, but also for the desperate need to protect our environment and transition our energy sources, and solar being a key component of the mix. And so I think from a process standpoint, again, I'm happy if there is some informal group that wants to come together and make some recommendations, but I don't think that should stop what we do here on the county council to go forward with discussing and considering amendments and the like. I do think that if we are setting up an informal group and it has a charge of, by the end of the year or something like that, and we get feedback from them, we should vote on it in this session, in my view. I think if it fails and people don't have, for example, if you or others, Mr. President, don't feel that we've heard from enough people, and that's your reason for voting against it, then you can vote against it. But I don't think as a process point, as I thought about this more, that we should do it this way. We could hear from people. I personally, for example, have amendments that I'm working on that aren't ready to go yet. So I would like a little more time to get those going, related to soil and potentially restricting the amount of Class 2 soil, for example. And we're working with planning to see what that looks like, allowing some percentage, but not all, to address some of the concerns and balance it. And I'm not saying it's the panacea, but I think it's a potential option. So I do think in that sense, some more time would be good. This was I will say, in the midst of a pandemic, this was quite a rush process, and it was a lot of labor on the staff, my staff, the central staff, the advocates. So I do take your points, and I think some time is warranted. I would have not wanted to vote today, for example, but I don't think we should set up some formal long process and say 6 months. We should vote on the bill this session, in my view. And so I know hopefully that was clear. I think we've got a couple of middle of the road answers, and that's where I am. But I think we need some time, but hopefully we can move forward, and more input is always better. Thank you, Mr. President.
And I appreciate that. If we were going to do this by the end of the year, we might as well not have the discussion. We're already in mid-October. We're going to have holidays in between. This body goes on recess sometime in December. Might not be the beginning of December, but sometime in December. So we might as well, if we say by the end of the year, it's not a magic time, and I don't know why we would say that. I believe that we need to have the good, open, honest discussion, formally or informally. I'm starting to count noses, and I understand that I might not have a formal task force, but I believe that we need to hear from the people who will be directly affected, and I believe they have good suggestions, and that we have not heard them yet.
Mr. President, if I just rephrase, and again, end of the year is a marker for me. I'm not saying December 31st, because we're going to vote we're going to have our officer. We have a weird calendar in December. We're going to elect new officers and all that. So I mean, if it's the beginning of January, if you have an informal group and you say, to Councilmember Hucker's point, you have 4 meetings. Here are the issues that are most important. Talk about them. See if you can come up with something. A direct, clear goal that is time defined. I think 6 months is long, but it's more about what we direct this group to do. And at the same time, I think we should be moving forward with either work sessions or potential. I don't think we should halt our work here on the council necessarily while that's happening. We shouldn't have a final vote until that, if we set this task force up for a defined period of time. So I think we need to take this offline. But I don't think we should. You have a joint committee recommendation that was 4-1. A bill should be considered, and as a process point, I have an issue with something that would not allow that to happen in due time.
And I appreciate that. I'm going to call on Councilmember Friedson in 1 second. To your earlier point that I could vote against this, I don't want to vote against this bill. I want solar. I want a better situation for solar. That's what I'm at. Councilmember Friedson.
Thank you. I'll be honest, I've been around this issue since it came to the council and the joint committee, and I'm a little confused as to where we currently are. We've been in a conversation for about an hour, and I don't think we've really discussed any substantive issue related to the bill itself. I do think that there were challenges with this process. I've been very frustrated with the way in which it was handled. I didn't vote for the bill in its current form because I'm not comfortable with where it's ended up. I worked very hard to put forward what I thought were reasonable and thoughtful amendments that balance these two critical, important issues I feel very strongly about: the need to meet our ambitious climate goals, particularly related to solar generation, which cannot be done exclusively on rooftops of houses and on schools and county buildings. And I've been very clear about that. And the commitments that we have made and the decisions that we have made to protect and preserve the agricultural reserve. And that is and has always been, since its creation in 1980, since its thought in 1964 with the general plan, something that Montgomery County has held as sacred. And these are serious issues, and we have to be deliberative and thoughtful about the way in which we do them. I think there are certain perspectives that have been diminished during this process. I think there are other perspectives that have been overblown in terms of what what the impacts are and what they aren't, what this is and what it isn't, what it can and what it can't do based on the facts of this process. This is a work session. We're not taking any votes today. I'm not sure that we need a formal process necessarily with advertised positions and formal votes of the council to have certain representatives. I think that might be more formal than is required, and it sounds that's where many people on the council are. But I do believe that having an opportunity for folks to weigh in some type of defined and structured process for the council to consider would be helpful to the process, would do a service to the process. I appreciate the council president for really pushing for that to ensure that all voices are heard and everybody has a seat at this council table at this unprecedented time. So I'm not sure what the decision point is here, to be honest. I'd like clarification from the council president of actually what we're looking at. I think that the idea of taking time to make sure that we do this right, because it has really significant consequences. We have made big commitments on climate, and we made big commitments on preserving agricultural land in Montgomery County, and land use is serious. And some land use decisions that we make last forever. And the decisions we make as a body will have ripples that will last generations, not just one term or, we are momentary caretakers of these seats and these positions. And so I think we need to take that seriously and soberly. But could we get a little clarification, Council President, of what you're looking to do here, what this would look like, if it has to be 6 months or if there's, an interest to adjust the timeline on that or where we go from here? Thank you.
Well, first off, I use the term task force. It doesn't necessarily have to be a formal task force. A work group is fine with me. I'm here for the dialogue. I'm here for, and I do believe, to Councilmember Albernaz's point, I'm not here to drag this out. I'm here to give someone sufficient time, whether it's 4 months, whether it's 2 months, whatever it is, sufficient time to give us their suggestions, which I don't believe at this point we have heard enough of, and that's from all sides. I'm also here to believe that if we only go forward, and I understand that we have it, that there's the possibility of having solar on other places, but the reality is they haven't done it because the possibility of cheaper land. That's what this is about. This is about cheaper land that Montgomery County in 1964 said, we're going to protect this land. So, and we're not going to allow people to build on it. We're going to have people grow on it, which is what we were all after in 64. I was 14 years old, so I wasn't actually a part of it, though I do remember when it would happen. And it is because of that, it has continued to go forward. And now, because you can't build on it, the land is cheaper. And that's exactly where people in the solar industry would go first. And that to me is a concern. That's not to say that they shouldn't have anything in the ag reserve. That's not to say that on some of the soils that there could be something that would be discussed. but I believe a lot of what was the good possibilities for this ZTA was not did not go forward because of the and there again, it was because of Zoom, it was because of a lot of things, but because we didn't have the good dialogue with the people most directly affected. We had it with the industry, but we didn't have it with the people most directly affected. If it's called a work group, that's fine with me. If it's not formal, that's fine with me. But we need to hear from the people who are most directly affected so that we can come out with a better situation than what this ZTA is calling for right now. And I guess Councilmember Reamer, did you want to speak?
Thanks. Well, I am perfectly happy with the idea that Councilmember Glass suggested of having the joint committee, meet again. There have been a number of ideas that have been bouncing around, and the existing plan was that those ideas would be brought before the full council, but it might be easier to reconvene as a joint committee, and all council members would be invited to consider those ideas, and then separately to have, a meeting or two with key stakeholders, and Councilmember Hucker and I could, convene those meetings and hear from everybody who, wants to be heard here. I'm not optimistic that that would result in a compromise, just to be clear, but I think the committee process and the council, could. I would be more than happy to proceed in that manner, that the joint committee would meet and there would be meetings, I will say 1 or 2 meetings, and stakeholders would be invited. And then we will come back to the full council. I would be okay if the date of return to the full council is the first session in January. That would give us plenty of time. So that is a scenario, that I think provides as much common ground as there may be here on different people's interests in how to proceed, and I certainly would be comfortable with that.
Okay.
So I would make that as a motion as a sense of the council.
Well, I don't know that I don't know that you need a motion to do that. I mean, this is just a work session on what we're discussing. Let me ask you, how would you engage the various groups in a joint committee?
Well, we usually invite them to the table or to the Zoom, and
you let them speak.
Yeah, as we did during our 3 joint committee sessions, and at the public hearing, and at the hundreds of meetings, that our 9 offices have collectively had on this issue. But yes.
Okay. Councilmember Joando, please.
I was just trying to forge a consensus so we can move on and get out of here. But if that's agreeable to you, I just think defining the meetings, if it's 2, 3, it's 2, 3, 4 meetings with groups and a set of goals. We can do that offline, and then a time period by which the bill would be brought back for a vote. I think those are the 3 components. Councilmember Reamer proposed something along those lines. I just think that's something we should, after all this time, leave with some definition. We don't have to decide what the issues are or how big the group is necessarily, but
there's going to be the second of my motion.
Well, I don't. You said 1 or 2 meetings. I think it could be 3 or 4. I don't think that the climate change is an urgent issue. Whether we vote a month from now or 2 months from now, it's going to be an urgent issue. So I don't want to, and I do think that Councilmember Katz's point of people wanting to feel heard and the committee process that was undergone in the midst of a very stressful time. I know that's not the only time we were meeting on this, but so I do want to be sensitive to that. So I would be, if the council president, since it was his suggestion, I'd want to hear what you have to say, but I would go along with 3-4 meetings, voting by the end of January, that kind of thing. That seems reasonable. It cuts in half what you're proposing, and then we can just move on. That would be my suggestion.
Well, why don't we hold it and there's others that want to speak, but Hans, why don't we talk offline? We've spoken offline about this before. Rather than have something, if we're not going to have something formal, then why don't we talk offline, figure out a path forward, and then we can bring it back either next meeting or whatever to discuss whether we need something as a formal motion. I'm willing to do that.
Okay. Look, I would be happy to commit to 3 meetings. I like the idea of just, I think I've articulated something, Councilmember Jawando just sort of, articulated a different, I'm fine with that too. End of January for a vote, 3 meetings. Okay. I mean, there's not much, I'm trying to find an approach here that I think will, reasonably accommodates. Anyway, okay. So yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to do too. And that's what I'm trying to do for this whole issue. Councilmember Friedson.
Yeah, my suggestion, I think your suggestion, I was going to ask for where we landed and try to get to a consensus as well. The council president and the committee chair and co-lead sponsor talking offline and coming up with the suggestion seems like a good one to me. I was concerned about taking formal action. We said we weren't going to take votes today. We called this a work session. I was going to ask for some clarification of what formal actions we really could or should make. But I think if we're just following up and coming back to take formal action, then none of my questions would be relevant. So if that's where we're landing, I'd be comfortable with that, and I'm ready to move on.
And I think a lot of us are ready to move on. Councilmember Rice. Is he still? No? All right. Councilmember Glass, please.
Okay. I appreciate Chair Reamer's thoughts that we could go back to committee, right? As I shared, in my previous comments, there are amendments that people can agree upon, or at least that I can agree upon, to improve the bill. Those conversations have been taking place since the committee voted out. And so I think where we are right now is we're in a parliamentary procedure conversation. And if the chair just wants to move it back to committee, I would, or whatever other format needs to be done, I would be supportive of that, so we can continue having this conversation, where I know that there are amendments based on conversations with activists and supporters of preserving the ag reserve. There's room here. Ultimately, I think the point that has been made is what comes out of that committee might still not be agreeable to everybody. But I know that there's room for improvement based on conversations, and I will entrust the process that we have all collaboratively discussed we would like to have here. And that ultimately is based on the leadership of the 2 committee chairs. And so I'm trusting them to continue a thoughtful, engaging dialogue.
Thank you. Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you. So we've done this before on this council, where we might want to have additional engagement, and it doesn't have to be like this formal, and we don't have to decide all the details in this moment. I think that Council President Katz, Councilmember Reamer can come together. They can have, they can agree on some of the parameters, share it with us in terms of, hey, this is what we have agreed on. Everybody cool? Okay, great. And then the groups can meet, put forth what, react to the amendments that Councilmember Glass and Jawando alluded to, what other things they might have, goes back to the committee, and then votes can be taken, and then it comes back to full council. So I don't think We need to, we've been here a long time, use this time to finalize those logistical details. I think that can be done. Send it over to council members. We can say yay or nay. I think it should be fine. And then, let's get the value of hearing from some of the folks, Council President Katz was saying, that lived there, didn't have an opportunity for whatever reason, didn't have access to Zoom, et cetera. Let's get that. Let's see what comes up from that, send it to committee, and then we can vote. I mean, it is possible that it can happen before the year. It's possible that it might happen in January, but I think that I think it's very possible. But like we've done in the past, I don't think we need to decide all of that right now. We can definitely just communicate and chime in.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Vice President Hawker.
I think we're pretty aligned. I can tell you we've done this here. We've certainly done it in Annapolis a lot of times. I think we can refer this back to joint committee. We can leave it up to the chairs to have 2 to 3 to 4 meetings, depending on how the whole discussion goes. But the goal ought to be, to your point, Mr. President, bring in the stakeholders, unlike a hearing where everybody just talks to us and they don't talk to each other and they don't try to build understanding of each other's point of view. In a stakeholder work group like this, you require everybody to listen. You require them to react to each other. You try to make everyone feel heard and listened to. You have a goal of building understanding, even knowing you may not achieve consensus. And then we can bring it back to the body with more than the support we have now, with closer to a consensus on the council. Does that sound fine?
I agree with this. I do. I think Hans and I'll get together. I know where his office is located. He and I share a wall. We can hear through the wall most of the time. So I can just sit here and yell through the wall for him. But I do believe that's the path forward. And I do believe that to your point, Tom, I think that part of the problem is that people need to hear from each other. And they have not, to a great degree. To some degree they have, but to a great degree they haven't. And I've also been to task force, and you can call it in work groups or whatever. And the first couple of meetings from people who are from various ends of the spectrum on the discussion, really, it's not the most pleasant meeting. But by the third meeting, it really can be, because they've started to listen to each other. They realize that it's a time to actually get something solved, and that we're all needing everything that's being considered. So that's where I am. If you all, we don't need anything formal. I can live with that. I'll get together with Hans. We will circulate it to the council members and see what we can get together. And Hans and Tom as well, since it's a joint committee. Andrew, did you have?
Yeah, just a point of clarification. I've heard 2 things. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. One is to send it back to the joint committee, which would be a formal procedural action. We would have to take a vote at the council to do that because we have a formal recommendation, I believe. And the other would be going back and having a discussion and coming back.
There is a formal recommendation. I guess it does. Go ahead, Hans.
I don't think we would need to vote to send anything back to committee. It would just be the council, the committee would take it up again, and then that's all.
Right. So that's what we would do. I don't think we need nothing formal on that part. Councilmember Rice, you're somewhere. You're in your car.
Could we just get confirmation from staff or the council attorney on that?
A confirmation from staff on what?
I'm fine with it, but I just want to make sure we procedurally do it the right way.
Zions, are you going to weigh in on that?
I don't think there's any prohibition on this happening just as a result of this work session. Even though it's not a vote, it's more of a consensus agreement between the chairs and the council. I don't see a procedural problem.
Okay, thank you. Andrew, does that satisfy your?
Well, I guess. I mean, I'm a little surprised that we can have consensus agreements and not take formal.
We weren't going to vote on this today anyhow. I mean,
whatever. If the lawyers are okay with it and it follows the rules and procedures, then I'm fine with it. Although I do find it a bit odd procedurally for a legislative branch. But
okay, thank you, Councilmember Rice.
Yeah, so let me just say that I really appreciate
where I think we've been able to go in terms of, again, at the very beginning, as I said, give us a chance to discuss this a bit more, flush out ideas that are incredibly important to everyone, have everybody's voices heard, and then come back with some additional recommendations about some things that we may not have been able to think of, right? And again, that's what this is all about. So I just really thank everybody for thinking about it in their own collective ways. I know some folks were here and some folks were there, and we ended up coming to the middle again. So it's great.
Thank you. And I appreciate it as well. I think the need for the conversation was necessary. And I believe that we will come to a better place because of this discussion and because of the discussions that will take place subsequently. So, all right. So Hans, you and I are going to yell through the wall at each other, and then we'll get back to the rest of the council, right?
And Tom as well. Yes.
And Tom. I keep forgetting about Tom. Yes, Tom. Yes. Hey. Yeah. That's right. Chop liver. Tom and Hans and me. Okay. At that point, I know that people would like to continue this meeting forever, but is there anything else to come before us?
The sun is set on this conversation.
What'd you say, Evan? No. Okay. And did you have anything, Will? No? No. Okay.
Y'all want to go home.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you all very much. This meeting is adjourned.